clap our hands and welcome our director of the school. Can you please give Prof a song? Maybe he will dance a bit. DJ, Prof is running now. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Mahamata. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, heads of department, colleagues, delegates, friends, and students. On behalf of the School of Economics and Management, located in the Faculty of Management and Law of the University of Limpopo, I wish to warmly welcome you all to the second annual colloquium themed the Nexus Between Spatial Planning, Socio-Economic Development, and Climate Disaster Risk Response in the Sub-Saharan Region. This prestigious event builds on the inaugural colloquium pioneered and convened by the Department of Development Planning and Management in August last year. We convened at this very same venue. It gives me pleasure to extend my greetings to our keynote speaker, Madam Lebogang Mosotho. Thank you for accepting our invitation to keynote our event, and we really appreciate it. We are also joined by other distinguished guests. We have honorable members of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Mrs. Mukwele in attendance. She's also serving as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in the Limpopo Legislature. You're welcomed, and we are honored to have you at this gathering. I also wish to extend my greetings to the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law at the University of Limpopo, Professor O.S. Sibanda, our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. J. Mabelebele, in absentia. They are both attending an urgent meeting of the Executive Management Committee of the University, but Professor Sibanda confirmed with me that he will be in attendance tomorrow to deliver a message of support on behalf of the faculty. Our esteemed panelists, my friend, Mr. Puti Kabe, is going to serve in the panel. Mr. M. Shabangu is also going to serve in the panel. He's one of our panelists. He's an independent development practitioner. And Professor T.M. Ramoroka, who is attached to the Department of Development Planning and Management. Our presenters, colleagues and students drawn from the university community and our sister universities, research councils, and also members. The theme of this second annual colloquium, in part, accords with the leaders' declaration of the G20 summit, successfully hosted by South Africa last year, November. In reference to paragraph 8 of the declaration, it reads, "We recognize that disasters and shocks, which are increasing in frequency, intensity, and geographic extent, hinder progress towards sustainable development and strain both national capabilities and the international system's ability to respond. We underscore the importance of integrated, inclusive, people-centered, and comprehensive approaches to disaster risk reduction." And if you read the declaration, the first theme in that declaration relates to the very same business we are conducting today, which has to do with disaster risk response, reduction, and mitigation. With this in mind, colleagues, it is pleasing to note that the bulk of the papers to be presented at this colloquium neatly aligns with the policy position well articulated and adopted by the leaders of the G20. I hold a firm view that these papers will contribute to the shaping of evidence-based policy making and to assert a research agenda that is attuned to local, national, and global needs. More significantly, the future publications of these papers will enhance the research standing and stature of the Department of Development Planning and Management, the school, the faculty, and by extension, the university. The school has built a track record, very solid track record, in immensely contributing and influencing public policy and public opinion in relation to significant policy issues. A case in point includes the webinar on the discussion of the review of the white paper on local government of 1998 we convened in June last year. This event culminated in the development of a policy brief which duly submitted to the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We are pleased that the draft white paper on local government, gazetted by the Minister of COGTA, Honorable Mr. Shabisa, in May this year, incorporates the bulk of the policy proposals incorporated in our policy brief. One, we put forward a proposal that it is high time lifestyle audits are conducted among officials and councillors involved in the system of local government. That proposal is in the gazetted draft white paper. We also said we need to professionalize the recruitment and selection process involving the municipal managers and also the senior managers operating in local government. But we further said that local communities, through their structures, should now have a say in the interviewing and the selection of municipal managers and the senior managers. We are happy that that proposal is encapsulated in the draft white paper on local government. But we further said it's high time we put or prescribe minimum competencies on the part of councillors and those who are involved in chairing the key committees of a municipal council. That proposal is also included in the draft white paper on local government. But very importantly, we proposed that the tenure of a municipal manager should no longer be 5 years, should be extended between the period 7 to 8 years to bring stability in the senior echelons of a municipality, but also to delink the term of a municipal manager from the 5-year electoral cycle of municipal councils. We are also happy that that proposal is included in the draft white paper on local government gazetted by the ministry. And we are looking forward to the adoption and approval of the white paper by Cabinet, and that will further shape the legislative reform that is going to come early 2027. And as key stakeholders in the space of a higher education sector, but also as thought leaders, we're looking forward to make a meaningful contribution in the legislative reform that will shape the system and the landscape of local government. Furthermore, on 8 May 2026, the University of Limpopo, through the School of Economics and Management, and in collaborations with the University of Witwatersrand and the University of Venda, we hosted a successful policy dialogue workshop focusing on urbanization processes in the former homelands of the province of Limpopo. This event was attended by academics, spatial planners, policy developers, researchers, students, and also traditional leaders. The policy dialogue featured a draft research report for input and reflections by university stakeholders, government institutions, civil society, and our students. We convened this event specifically as part of harnessing state-society relations, including promoting inter-university collaborations and industry linkages in relation to shaping an impactful research agenda with a view to address significant policy issues facing state institutions flowing from empirical and evidence-based academic research. These initiatives enable us to contribute to the university's motto of finding solutions for Africa. But we are also saying no one can say to us that the research that we conduct, we publish, is not impactful. That person will be confronted with the evidence that is before us, that says to us that as a School of Economics and Management, located in the University of Limpopo, increasingly reshaping the public discourse, public policy, and also public opinion on issues that matters to the broader society. And I've just cited those examples of some of the initiatives and the events that we've been running throughout. So, Program Director, on behalf of the school, I wish to take this opportunity to express my bountiful thanks to the organizing committee of this event under the leadership of Professor N.J. Mukwele, who is the head of Department of Development Planning and Management. We appreciate your hard work and excellent organizing capabilities. In fact, the successful hosting of this event gives me a leverage to canvass to the senior management that going forward, the status of this colloquium should be converted into a conference because it befits the status of a conference. So this is the discussion I'll be taking up with the faculty board and also the executive committee of the Senate for approval. But come 2027, Program Director and colleagues, we should be hosting this event under the umbrella of a conference and no longer a colloquium. Program Director and colleagues, I wish you all a productive and intellectually stimulating colloquium. I thank you.
Let's clap hands as Prof is about to sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Goma. Indeed, we're excited and we are happy because as the institution, we are making progress, and also as the school, we are making progress because based on the remarks that were made by our director. Thank you so much, Professor Goma, once again. And thank you so much, Prof, because indeed your insights, I think they have laid a foundation for the deliberation of this colloquium. So can we please move to our next item? Let us welcome our head of department, Professor N.J. Mukwele. You must clap until Professor gets to the stage. Thank you. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you so much, Program Director, for this opportunity. It really gives me great pleasure. Last year I was standing right here, nervous, because we were hosting the first of its kind. But after its successful hosting of the event, now I'm standing here calm, knowing that everything is going to go well. And thank you very much for this opportunity. It gives me great pleasure to extend my greetings to our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Jeffrey Mavelebele, in absentia, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law, Professor O.S. Sibanda. I know Prof he's very particular with his initials, so I wanted to provide that. Our Director of the School of Management and Law, Professor S.B. Koma, for his support that he continued to show our department and the school, and providing direction that the school needs to take going forward. We are standing here because of his excellent and unwavering support, and we really appreciate that, Prof. And the fact that you are saying you're going to propose to the senior management that we should change the name of the colloquium to a conference, I think it gives me great pleasure, and I really appreciate that, Prof. I know when we wanted to host it last year, we started with a conference, but we could not. But now we will be changing it to a conference, and we really, really thank you for your support. I want to thank again, or extend my greeting to Dr. Kangale from Santam, I think he's sitting right at the back. They are Santam, it's our core sponsor. They provided us with all these banners that you see. Every banner that you see that is written, Colloquium was funded by them. All the conference bags that you see was supported by them. It's just that I did not wear what they are wearing. My team outside, they are wearing great things. Oh, Slelo, it's inside. It was because of their support. And we really, really appreciate that. And we hope that the support that you have showed us will continue to extend it even in the future. And we really, really appreciate that. When we spoke last year with Dr. Kangale was here, he spoke about, no, talk to me when you're hosting it and we can see what to do. And now we see what they have done, and we really, 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 really appreciate it, Doctor. And he's with Susan. I don't know the surname, just know her as Susan. She's sitting next to Dr. Kangale. I want to appreciate our guest speaker, Lebogang Mosotho, for accepting to come and share her thoughts with us here today. When we spoke last year, she was like, no, you spoke late, please talk to me early. I think as early as Feb or Jan, I was like, can you please come and be with us? And she definitely accepted. And the first thing that we did, before everything was in order, we had to make sure that her invitation is sorted and sent to her. Then we can deal with everyone. And we really, really appreciate that. Mr. Midupi Shabangu, let me appreciate you for accepting to be with us as well. I know it was late, but you accepted and you're here. Mr. Kabe as well, panelist, thank you very much for accepting to be here with us. Fellow presenters, panelists, I really, really appreciate you. We are gathered here because of the excellent support that I've already spoken about from the executive dean or the executive management, from our director, and that the support is extended from the first annual colloquium that we hosted last year. And now we continue to appreciate. We have people that are actually behind the successful hosting of the event. Unfortunately, they are outside, but I think I will introduce them tomorrow. I think tomorrow everything will be settled. We will be able to introduce them. We are hosting this colloquium for two reasons. One, to be able to bring scholars, students, and practitioners together so that we can be able to bridge the theory-practice gap. We have practitioners, we have scholars, and we've got students, so that students are able to see, to hear and know what the practitioners are doing. I'm sorry, I forgot one important person in my life. At the back, I think behind says Daphne, it's my mother. It's my mother, comrade Esther Mukwele. Prof has already announced or introduced her. But I really, really appreciate your support for coming here and seeing what we are doing. She is currently she graduated her master's last year. Now she's registered for a PhD. So I hope she will be able to finish quite soon. And let me appreciate marketing as well. I almost forgot UL Marketing for being able to air this event. Thank you very much for your support. I was saying we are here to be able to bridge the theory-practice gap, so that students and scholars are able to get the feel of what practitioners are doing, and we debate with scholars so that we can be able to provide a scholarly important engagement, so that we can be able to craft policy direction, we can be able to give a solution to the contemporary problems that we are currently facing. South African space has been shaped by the colonial and the apartheid planning system. That's why we are here, and that's how South Africa is shaped the way it is. And the planning discourses that were done during the apartheid and colonial era did not provide consideration for the future climatic conditions that we currently face. They did not plan for the current disasters that we continue to face. Even how planning was done, planning in terms of human settlements, especially in rural areas, was directed and influenced by traditional leadership. They were the ones that are responsible for the establishment of settlements. They were the ones that were responsible for the allocation of sites, and in most cases we realized that was done outside the approved or the legal frameworks that were provided. And post 1994, we saw a shift in terms of how planning is done, and there were legislative frameworks that were developed to be able to shape how South African planning or spatial planning needs to be understood and implemented. But however, South Africa was confronted with this dichotomy in terms of planning system in South Africa, where now traditional leadership as custodian of the land were now continuing with that establishment of settlements. And now municipalities as proclaimed and in the spluma to say you are supposed to be the one that spearhead all the rezoning and zoning of the spaces in your jurisdiction. This dichotomy then became a problem in terms of how planning was done. Consequently, you would realize that we were witnessing settlements now that were developed, started in proper places, but encroached into disaster-prone areas. And with the intensifying climate conditions and the disaster that we continue to witness, now we were in limbo in terms of how planning needs to be done, and that consequently resulted in disasters hitting most developed or most rural areas, and that influenced the socio-economic status of these areas. Now we witnessed many rural areas or many spaces are affected by floods. And we understand that there is no disaster taking place without human interventions. We understood that there is no disaster that takes place without human interventions. Thus, we are saying that that's why we coined our theme of this colloquium to say we want to see the nexus between spatial planning, how spatial planning is done, the socio-economic development, and climatic condition or climatic resilience in Sub-Saharan region, so that we can be able to craft policy directions or provide evidence-based solution to the contemporary problems that we continue to face. We are saying that as the department, we are opening this colloquium and hoping that it's going to generate insightful and evidence-based challenges and solutions, so that our students, importantly, will be able to benefit. Last year, we secured a conference not a conference, a special issue where we wanted to publish all the papers that they were presented, not all, but a sample. But however, upon requesting the papers back, we faced a challenge where authors could not send enough papers that can be used to generate a special issue. I've engaged with the editor, then he said that they will give us an opportunity again so that we can be able to publish a special issue. That means the articles that will be published or that will be presented will be taken for peer reviews and subsequently will be sent out for publication. So we are appealing to scholars, we are appealing to authors that please, tomorrow we'll provide you with the due date to submit all completed papers. They will be sent out to peer review. Then after the ones that have been approved will be sent out for publication. We are appealing that please submit them so that we can be able to generate a special issue. That will be a good motivation for me and Prof when we're taking this to the management to say, this is the output that we were able to generate. So we're hoping that we will be able to secure a publication this time. And if we've got many, they might allow us to be able to publish also a conference proceeding. With that said, colleagues, I thank you very much and thank you and wish that we'll have a productive and engaging and a scholarly discussion that will shape solutions to the current problems that we are facing as a municipality, as a district municipality, a province, and Africa as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me adjust my mic a bit. You know, Prof is a bit tall. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor N.J. Mukwele, for the message of support. Indeed, Prof, you know, your remarks, they reinforce the DDPM as commitment to research and engagement on critical issues around spatial planning, climate, and development. So moving on, I would like to welcome our Dean, which is Professor O.S. Sibanda, the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law. Oh, he's not here now. All right, thank you so much. I just got a message that Prof will join us a bit later. So let's move to our next item, the introduction of guest speaker. We have Ms. D.S. Malebana, the light of the DDPM. Let's clap hands and welcome Ms. D.S. Malebana. Remember, you must clap up until she arrives here on the podium. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you so much. Welcome, Ms. Malebana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me greet our program director. Once again, good morning, and I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests, acknowledge the presence of our colleagues and our guests. And it is very important for me to acknowledge the presence of our director in the School of Economics and Management, Professor S.B. Koma. And let me also acknowledge the presence of our head of department, Professor N.J. Mukwele. If I don't acknowledge them, they might fire me tomorrow. So I have to acknowledge, welcome to this colloquium. So I am Miss D.S. Malebana, and I'm going to introduce a very beautiful lady with brains, very intelligent. So it is my privilege to actually introduce our keynote speaker and moderator of day one of our second colloquium in the Department of Development Planning and Management. Our speaker today, like I said, she is a very beautiful young lady, and her name is Ms. Leborang Mosoto. And she's working as a disaster management officer at the Capricorn District Municipality. Ms. Mosoto brings about over 23 years of experience. I want us to clock it because it's very impressive. And she's bringing 23 years of experience in disaster management. She's currently serving as the president of disaster management in the Disaster Management Institute of Southern Africa, which is DIMISA. And she is also pursuing her PhD in disaster risk science. And what is very important for us to understand is that she holds 2 master's degrees, which is very good and very impressive for us as young women to look up to, because with these 2 master's degrees, she has made significant contributions to disaster risk reduction through policy development, capacity building, research, and what is most important is looking at leadership at both national and also international levels. Her expertise actually speaks to the theme of our colloquium, which is the nexus between spatial planning, socio-economic development, and climate disaster risk response in the Sub-Saharan region. And as someone who is actually working at the intersection of local government, looking at the issues of policy, looking at the issues of climate-related disasters, and also looking at the issues of development, Ms. Mosoto offers both academic insight and practical experience on how we can build resilient communities and also do that through better planning and development. So this DDPM colloquium is going to remind us that resilient communities are not built by accident. However, they are built through proper international planning, through inclusive development, strong policy, and the kind of leadership that bridges research and also practice. So ladies and gentlemen, can you please all stand on your feet and help me to welcome Ms. Leborang Mosoto as she will be delivering the keynote address for the day. Welcome to the stage. Can we please clap hands for her as she's coming to the stage? You can do better than that. Clap hands for this intelligent woman.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning once more. Wow. Actually, I'm trying to figure out whether, yeah. Imagine a city where the poor are forced to live on a floodplain and wetlands that have dried out, sloped area, not because of they choose to, but because the land use planning dictates it. This is a reality of rapid urbanization in sub-Saharan Africa. The region faces triple threats: rapid urbanization, socio-economic vulnerabilities, and escalating climate shocks. Let me clarify that. We are not here to discuss these three issues, but we are here looking at a system, how the failure of one's planning causes a chain reaction into the other. Distinguished guest, chairperson, esteemed guest speakers, colleagues, researchers, practitioners, and delegates, good morning to you all. It is a privilege to contribute to this academic colloquium on strengthening climate risk response through integrated spatial planning in sub-Saharan Africa. My presentation examines the Nexus. I've been practicing this word, so if I keep pronouncing it incorrectly, please bear with me because of my tongue, it's been twisting for the whole 3 months trying to pronounce it. But my presentation examines the nexus between spatial planning, socio-economic development, and climate disaster risk response, arguing that climate resilience is fundamentally shaped by planning decisions made long before disasters occur. While climate change interfaces the frequencies and severity of extreme events, disaster losses are largely determined by the patterns of human settlement, land use, decisions making, government system, and the development pathways. Consequently, integrating spatial planning should be viewed not merely as a technical planning instrument, but as a strategic mechanism for achieving sustainable development and reducing disaster risk. The region is facing unprecedented climate changes, increasing temperatures, prolonged droughts, intensified flooding, cyclone, sea level rising, and ecosystem degradation are threatening both development gains and human securities. However, climate disasters are not caused solely by extreme weather events. These impacts are often the consequences of where and how we build settlements, locate infrastructure, manage natural resources, and plan economic development. This is where integrated spatial planning becomes a critical instrument for climate resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of climate resilience in the sub-Saharan Africa will be determined not only by how effectively we respond to disasters, but how intelligently we plan our territories, our cities, our settlements, and our landscapes. This is the long table of context that we are going to look at, but rest assured, you are not going to be bored going through it. We all ask, why the nexus matters in the sub-Saharan Africa? There are 3 key main messages I would like this audience to take out today. Spatial planning is not only about land use. It is a strategic development instrument. It's a social economic development can either reduce or create disaster risks. Climate resilience requires integrated planning across government sectors, communities, and the ecosystem. We have to remember that where planning fails, vulnerability grows. Where planning succeeds, development gains are protected, and the resilience is enhanced. Sub-Saharan Africa is undergoing one of the fastest urban and spatial transformation in the world, with its urban population projected to double by 2050. This rapid growth represents both opportunities and risk. Without adequate planning, settlement expands into floodplains, infrastructure defeats increase, informal settlement multiplies, and climate risk becomes concentrated in the urban areas. The challenge, therefore, it's not urbanization itself, but unmanaged urbanization. Unfortunately, this rapid transformation is occurring alongside persisting socio-economic challenges, including poverty, inequality, unemployment, and infrastructure deficit. At the same time, the region is highly exposed to climate-related hazards such as floods, droughts, cyclones, heat waves, and coastal erosions. These hazards increasingly intersect with patterns of spatial development, often amplifying existing vulnerabilities. Unplanned settlement expands into floodplains and wetlands, and weak land management systems have intensified disaster impacts, turning climate hazards into the development crisis. The annexes between spatial planning and socio-economic development and the climate disaster risk response therefore represent a critical lens for understanding both the root causes of vulnerability and the path to resilience. Spatial planning is not merely a technical land use exercise. It is a strategic development tool that shapes exposure, access to opportunity, and the contributions of risk. When aligned with socio-economic objectives, the disaster risk reduction planning can support inclusive growth protection, livelihood, and reduce long-term losses. Equally, fragmented or reactive planning perpetuate risk accumulation and undermines development gains. This key note frames the annexes as an opportunity for Sub-Saharan Africa to pursue resilient development routes that integrate risk-informed planning, pro-poor growth strategies, and climate adaptation. To understand the growth or the growing disaster and climate risk challenges facing Sub-Saharan, we must first understand the region's rapidly changing landscape. Firstly, I would like you to take note of the following. Urbanization is unstoppable. Sub-Saharan Africa is currently facing urbanizing region in the world. Millions of people are moving to cities in search of economic opportunities, employment, education, and improved services. This rapid growth is transforming the social, economic, and physical landscape at unprecedented pace. However, the speed of urbanization is often exceeding the capacity of cities to plan and manage growth effectively. Secondly, we must acknowledge the informal realities. A significant proportion of urban growth is occurring outside formal planning and regulatory system. According to the UN Habitat, it is estimated that between 55 and 62% of the urban population in Sub-Saharan Africa lives in informal settlement. These settlements frequently emerge in hazard-prone locations, such as your floodplains, your steep slopes, your wetlands, your coastal zones, and environmental sensitive areas. Residents often lack access to secure land occupations, adequate housing, basic infrastructure, and essential building services, increasing their vulnerability to both climate and disaster risk. Thirdly, there is a growing governance gap. This gap reflects the disconnect between the speed of urban expansion and the capacity of institutions to manage it effectively. Many local authorities and government agencies face challenges such as limited financial resources, inadequate technical capacity, shortage of skills planners and spatial development specialists, weak geospatial information systems, limited access to advanced technologies such as your GIS, your remote sensing, and your predicting models. As a result, planning often becomes reactive rather than proactive, allowing development to occur in high-risk areas before adequate risk assessment and planning control can be implemented. The consequence is clear. As urban population continue to expand, exposure to climate hazard and disaster risk also increases. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge in Sub-Saharan Africa, it's not urbanization itself. The challenge is ensuring that urban growth occurs in a planned, inclusive, and risk-informed manner, closing the gap between rapid urbanization and institutionalized capacity is essential for building resilience, sustainability, and climate cities. Allow me to continue to indicate some of the sub-Saharan landscape. While climate change is often identified as a primary driver of disasters, the reality is that many of the risks we face today are rooted in how we plan, govern, and develop our cities and our regions. Spatial planning is broken. Can we all agree? Many planning systems across Sub-Saharan continues to rely on the outdated planning models inherited from the colonial era. These models are often designed for low-density, vehicle-orientated cities and fail to reflect the realities of rapid growing African urban centers. Today's African cities are characterized by high population density, informal economic activities, pedestrian-based mobility, vibrant street marketers, and mixed land use patterns. Yet many planning frameworks continue to apply rigid zoning systems and development standards that do not reflect these realities. As a result, planning often struggles to respond effectively to rapid urbanization and informally and also climate-related risks. Secondly, can we all agree that colonial thinking persists even within the democratic governance system? The challenge is not only the plans themselves, but also the way governments are structured or operate. In many countries, including South Africa, our local municipalities, our district, our provincial departments, things are structured in this fashion. You have an office or the Minister of Planning. In the office of the Minister of Planning, that's where you would then go and you produce your special development plans. It's a ministry on its own. You have the Minister of Finance who speaks solely on issues of economy and finances. You have a Minister of Environment who responds to climate and environmental issues. Then you have a Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Authorities that responds to disaster management activities. So whatever you want, you have to go to these different ministries, but at the same time, all these ministries are interlinked or So each institutional performs an important function. However, they often operate within separate mandates, budget, and decision-making processes. The problem is fragmentation. These institutes frequently work in silos, with limited coordination between planning, development, climate adaptation, and disaster risk management. The consequences are significant. For example, economic development projects may prioritize new housing estate, industrial parks, roads, and commercial development without fully considering environmental factors or functions and climate risk. Wetlands, floodplains, and natural drainage systems are often viewed as vacant or unutilized land available for development. And yet this ecosystem perform critical functions, including absorbing stormwater, reducing flood impacts, recharging groundwater, supporting biodiversity, and enhancing climate resilience. When these natural systems are replaced with concrete and infrastructure, flood risk increases, environmental degradation accelerates, and communities become more vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge faced by Sub-Saharan Africa is not a lack of plans, policies, or institutions. The challenge is the lack of integration between them. When planning, economic development, climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction operate separately, risks are created rather than reduced. Building resilience requires breaking down this silo and adapting a truly integrated approach to governance and spatial planning. Allow me to continue to talk to the issues around understanding the Nexus planning, development, and disaster risk. The concept foundation of the Nexus rests on the understanding that disaster risk is socially constructed through development and planning decision. Risk emerge from the interactions of hazards, exposure and vulnerability, of all which are shaped by spatial and socio-economic processes. Theoretical perspectives from the resilience theory, sustainable development and system thinking highlights that cities and regions function in interconnected socio-ecological systems. In this context, spatial planning influences where people live, how they access services and livelihoods, and how infrastructure interacts with environmental systems. Literature emphasizes that risk-informed planning can reduce exposure by steering development away from high-risk area, while also addressing vulnerabilities through improved housing infrastructure and service provision. Socio-economic development and strategies that ignore spatial dimensions often exacerbate inequalities and lock vulnerable population into the hazardous locations. Equally, integrated planning approaches can generate core benefits such as economic productivity, social inclusion, and environmental protection. This theoretical framework aligns with the global shift from a reactive disaster management towards a proactive disaster risk management, where prevention, mitigation, adaptations are embedded in the development planning. For the Sub-Saharan Africa, this means rethinking planning as a central pillar of climate resilience and inclusive growth rather than peripheral regulatory function. The interactions of the climate spatial planning annex framework. This framework is something that I think we all need to look at. We have a climate change that we are all in understanding of. We understand that from that, there'll then be your hazard occurrences that would lead to your spatial planning decisions that needs to be taken, the land use issues around infrastructure and ecosystem, and who is exposed to those, your socio-economic vulnerabilities that would lead to disaster risks, development losses that would come, and also how we then include the issues around integrated spatial planning, which we all hope that if the integrated system is taken into account would lead to a climate resilience. This presentation adopts an integrated system perspective in which spatial planning, socio-economic development, and disaster governance are viewed as interdependent components of resilience. Decision made within one dominant domain inevitably influence outcome in the other, reinforcing either resilience or vulnerability. Settlement pattern, if we could all look and have the understanding around the SANEX, we need to understand that we'll have what we call spatial planning, your socio-economic development, your climate disaster risks. Within the spatial planning, we'd be looking at your settlement patterns. How does the spatial planning influence your settlement plannings, your infrastructure locations, your land use decisions, and your environmental conversations? These factors directly affect socio-economic development productivity, looking at your livelihood security, your social inclusion, and your climate vulnerabilities. Consequently, disaster risk is either natural nor accident. It is largely driven by development and government choices. The challenge across African countries is that these sectors often operate in silos. Working in silos where spatial planning, socio-economic development, and climate risk response operate as isolated departments creates a disconnected policy and infrastructure. This fragmentation limits long-term resilience, leaves vulnerable communities exposed to compounding hazards and waste resource on reactive short-term crisis management instead of a proactive and sustainable development. These are some of the consequences as already outlined. Settlement expands to areas where we are not supposed to. I think in Polokwane we can make a lot of examples using Mama Hule. It's one of those where you'd find that communities are now residing within your wetlands. And these are just some of the issues that talks to us around issues of spatial planning. In South Africa, I think we are fortunate to talk to the issues around Splume and having to appreciate that as an act, it provides a legal blueprint for dismantling silos by introducing specific legal binding mechanisms. I'm not going to go through all of them, but as we all know, the Spatial Development Framework, it mandates that municipal SDFs cannot just be maps of future growth. They must explicitly integrate environmental management and socio-economic realities into a single long spatial development vision. We need to look at issues around development principles, where we are looking at the integration of spatial justice and spatial sustainability. We also need to look at issues around intergovernmental alignment, which looks at both vertical and horizontal alignment, the national and the provincial and the local government, in terms of how they manage or use land. There are practical examples around municipal strategies that can actually break silo mentality that has been outlined in the Act. There's cross-departmental task forces that can be established. There's unified GIS data platforms that can be used, co-allocating capital budget so that we can be able to have a joint pooling in terms of the programs that would lead to housing and disaster management, risk-informed land use as well. Colleagues, there are areas that we all know that within the Sub-Saharan Africa, we have looked into the countries that have already managed to implement the issues of the spatial development planning or integration thereof. In the recent studies, it demonstrates that climate adaptation and the risk reduction and the development planning must be integrated. In 2025, it was reviewed that at least 12 African countries found that there's a significant link between climate hazard, weak institutional system, and inadequate planning and socio-economic vulnerabilities. The study concluded that conducting adaptation and development strategies are essential for resilience. Across African cities, it was also shown that poor land governance, informal expansion, and fragmented planning significantly increases disaster losses. A growing body of the peer-reviewed research demonstrated that there is a strong link between spatial planning quality and disaster risk outcome in the Sub-Saharan Africa. The systematic review of climate adaptation and the DRR efforts across multiple African countries show that flooding, droughts are the most prevalent hazards with impact disproportionately affecting low-income communities. Areas such as Ghana or the Accra metropolitan area illustrated how informal expansion and complex land systems have intensified flood risk. Despite the existence of the national planning policy, similar patterns have been observed rapidly around urbanization in areas such as your Lagos, your Dar es Salaam, and your Kinshasa. Convincingly, the evidence from the cities have adopted more coherent planning approaches, demonstrating that there's a potential for risk reduction and socio-economic benefits. Overall, this indicates that the lessons that we've learned from areas such as your Accra is the climate risk cannot be reduced without better land management and coherent spatial planning. This is particularly relevant for many rapidly growing African countries facing similar challenges. There are few lessons that I have looked at, lessons from other African countries, where we looked at disaster impact and reconstruction in the Mozambique after experiencing the cyclone, the ecosystem-based adaptation that has been implemented by the eThekwini in South Africa, your urban growth and climate resilience at Rwanda, the adaptation through integrated planning that was also implemented by the Kenya adaptation work. And also there are other risk-sensitive planning projects that has been implemented internationally in countries such as your Netherlands and your Japan. I am not going to go through all of these, but these are some of the countries that have been able to showcase that you can integrate disaster, climate, and spatial issues upon when they have been faced with disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight the following. In terms of the policy framework and the strategic decisions, there are frameworks such as your Sendai framework, which highlights the 4 priority areas. All right, sorry, my mouse has decided to disappear on me. Please assist, IT. My apology. Is it moving? It's moving the slides. Okay. Thank you. My apology for the disruption. In terms of policy issues, the alignment of spatial planning and global and regional agenda. The integration of planning, development, and climate resilience is strongly supported by global policy frameworks, such as your Sendai framework, which looks at the 4 priority areas: understanding your disaster risk, strengthening governance, investing in resilience, enhancing preparedness and recovery planning. Further to those, there are other documents or international framework that are closely aligned, looking at your SDG 11, SDG 13, your Paris Agreement, and your African Union agenda. These policies are here to enhance, and they are essential in ensuring that integration is implemented. Integration of spatial planning and socio-economic development and climate risk response is strongly supported by these global documents. As already outlined, the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, it looks at sustainable cities, and it calls for inclusion of safety and resilience and sustainable human settlement. Whereas the Paris Agreement highlights the importance of adaptation and resilience in development pathway, while the African Agenda 2026 envision partially integrated climate resilient growth. By operationalizing this alignment, the Sub-Saharan Africa can transform the Nexus into a driver of resilience and inclusive development. These are some of the challenges that we tend to face. Institutional defragmentation that talks to issues around planning, departments operating in silos, environmental agencies working independently from the local government planners, the climate adaptation programs remaining in isolation from mainstreaming development planning. Also looking at the issues around the weak geospatial data systems, where many local governments still lack your hazard maps, your flood modeling systems, your vulnerability assessment, your climate projections. Further to that, your rapid urbanization in other areas. African cities are growing faster than planning systems can actually keep pace with. Consequently, informal settlement increases, ecological sensitivity land is occupied, and climate risk continues to grow. Financial constraints, municipalities often lack adequate resources for spatial technologies, climate adaptation projects, resilient infrastructure, and data management system. Some of the proposed strategies is the following. Priority number 1, we need to start looking and adopting a risk-informed spatial planning, where all planning instruments should include your hazard assessment, your vulnerability mapping, and your climate project and your risk scenarios. And priority number 2, looking at strengthening geospatial technology by investing in GIS, remote sensing, Earth observation system, and Earth-supported risk modeling. Further to that, we look at priority number 3, that looks at mainstreaming disaster risk reduction into land use management. Develop approvals should incorporate flood risk assessment, climate impact assessment, and eco protection measures. And the last priority should look at promoting nature-based solution, protecting and restoring wetlands, river corridors, forest and coastal ecosystem can significantly reduce disaster impact while supporting livelihoods. In terms of the enhancements, the regional corporations, such as the regional communities that plays a major role in Africa, and a critical role in strengthening resilience by integrating social planning, climate adaptation, and disaster risk across Africa. Institutions such as your African Union can improve by establishing a continent-wide geospatial and risk data platforms, harmonizing climate disaster policies across regions, mobilizing climate adaptation and resilient financing, and strengthening continental early warnings and monitoring. Institutions such as your Southern African Development Communities, which is SADC, can also enhance regional climate and disaster data sharing, strengthening cross-border early warning systems, coordinating spatial planning, and developing joint climate adaptation and financing mechanism. Institutions also, such as economic communities of Western Africa states, can also look at expanding regional risk information, coordinating trans-border disaster preparedness response, and integrating risk coincidence into regional development corridors and into urban areas. We also further can look at institutions such as your East African communities, which can promote sharing climate and disaster database, strengthen regional early warnings, coordinate land use spatial planning around shared ecosystems and water resource, and also looking at all these institutes, cross-cutting areas for regional collaborations, which have already been outlined. It would mean that sharing of data, it would be important to harmonize a geospatial data set, early warning systems that would assist in integrating multi-hazard early warnings, transboundary risk management that looks at joint management of sharing river basin and ecosystems, climate adaptation financing, which would look at pooled regional adaptation funds, joint access to international climate finance, and investing in resilience. In closing to this statement, that climate risk and disasters do not respect national boundaries. Strong regional collaborations is essential to integrate spatial planning, climate adaptation, and enabling Africa to build resilient communities. And the other factor that I wanted to bring forward was the issue around financing. The financing the Lennox funding mechanism for resilient development core message, looking at the sustainable resilient that requires predictability, predictable integrated innovation and innovation financing. Funding mechanisms for climate change and spatial planning and disaster risk reduction. It's one of the most important questions that is facing government and municipalities and developing practitioners today. However, policy frameworks and technical solutions are increasingly available. Implementations remain constrained by inadequate and fragmented financings. The first source of financing must remain domestic and public investment. National government needs to mainstream climate resilience and disaster reduction into their medium-term expenditure framework, infrastructure budget, and municipal development grants. Resilient must not be treated as a standalone sector, but as a cross-cutting development investment. In terms of the proposed solutions, there is a shift. We need to look at a shift from a reactive to an anticipatory thinking. By saying that is that we should stop treating climate resilience as a humanitarian issue. We should start looking at it as an economical planning issue. Secondly, the risk-informed planning. Every development plan must be stress tested against climate models, designated no-build zone in floodplain, but compensate or relocate current inhabited to make it socially just. Also looking around issues around greening, where we are restoring wetlands. And lastly, decentralization and local data. Empower local municipality. They know the areas better than the capital cities. Advocate for participatory mapping. Use technology, mobile phones, to have cities understand and to know how to map in case of a disaster. In terms of government matters, a great plan on paper is useless without a political will. So whatever that we do and we plan, we cannot do and plan without our political support. So it is important and imperative that everything that we do and plan, our political principles are also taken through to understand what is required so that we can have a buy-in from them. Capacity building. Invest in training and local planners and engineers. It is not about importing Western technology only. It is also about adapting to our local solutions. Financing. The need for climate budget, can never be overemphasized. There is a need to ensure that percentage of the national budget is earmarked for climate-proving infrastructure and spatial enforcement. Part of the recommendations that would put forward. Firstly, it is recommended that we should look at mainstreaming disaster risk reduction into spatial planning. By mainstreaming, we mean risk assessment should become a standard component of land use planning, infrastructure development, housing project, and urban expansion. Development decisions must be informed by hazard, vulnerability, and exposure data to prevent the creation of new risk. Secondly, reliable geospatial data is essential for effective planning and decision making. Government should invest in GIS technology, hazard mapping, remote sensing, and spatial data infrastructure to support evidence-based policy and development planning. Thirdly, protect ecological infrastructure and wetlands, natural ecosystems such as your wetlands, including your flood regulation, water storage, and climate regulations. Protecting this system is often more cost-effective than relying solely on engineering solutions. Fourthly, we need to scale up on nature-based solutions, including ecosystem restoration, watershed management, urban greening, and sustainable land management. It can simultaneously reduce disaster risk, enhance climate adaptation, and improve community livelihoods. The fifth one is we need to look at improved climate risk financing. We can never overemphasize the issue around government and development partners having to invest in resilient building initiatives to ensure that local authorities have access to climate adaptation funds, disaster risk financing mechanism, and innovative financing instruments that supports long-term risk reduction. Number 6 is also to invest on issues around early warning systems. The multi-hazard early warning systems have lived and protective livelihoods. Strengthening forecast risk communities, community-based warning mechanism will enable population to act before hazards become a disaster. I think last year during the G20 in South Africa, one of the policy that was adopted, it was the early warning for all, and which is one of the things that we need to look at. How do we use early warnings to ensure that we safeguard our communities? The 7th one is looking at promotion in inclusive and participatory planning. Effective resilient building requires effective involvement of communities, traditional leaders, civil society, women, youth, people with disability, and vulnerable groups. Planning processes must be inclusive to ensure that no one is left behind. I think with this one, we can never stop overemphasizing the issue around inclusivity and participatory planning. More especially when we look around issues of planning, where most of the land that has been occupied is land that is under the control of the traditional authorities, and would find that land is allocated in areas that are hazard prone. So if we involved everybody in the planning and the discussions, then everyone would know what role they should play in ensuring that they create a sustainable community. Number 8 is strengthening and monitoring and evaluation and the learning systems. Resilient initiatives must be supported by a robust monitoring and evaluation framework that measures outcome, track progress, capture lesson learned, and inform continuous improvement in policy and practices. For local government, resilience should no longer be viewed as a secondary objective or a disaster management responsibility alone. It should become a measurable development outcome embedded in municipal planning, budgeting, service delivery, and performance management system. Building resilience is not a single intervention, but a continuous process of integrating risk-informed planning, sustainable development, climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction. Communities that thrive in the future will be those that invest in the resilience today. As I come to the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude with this simple proposition. Disasters do not occur simply because of climate hazards. They emerge when disaster hazards intersect with spatial issues. Integrated spatial planning represents the points where climate adaptation is important, disaster risk reduction, environmental sustainability, and socio-economic. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to thank you, and let me allow each and every one of you to take note of the following. The challenge before us is not to stop climate hazard from occurring, but to ensure that hazards do not become disasters. Through integrated spatial planning, collaborative governance, and climate resilient development, Sub-Saharan Africa can build communities that are safer, stronger, and better prepared for the uncertainty of the future. When we say Sub-Saharan Africa, we can also bring it back home in Limpopo, in Polokwane, in Capricorn. It is us that are in this platform that we need to ensure that we create resilient community for the future of our children. I thank you.
Please, let's clap hands for Mrs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Clap until she gets settled. Thank you so much, Ms. Musutu, as our guest speaker for the day for this colloquium. We really appreciate your profound address. Indeed, you have challenged us to think critically about how integrated spatial planning can be used to strengthen our responses to climate disasters. So we're really grateful for your great expertise in that field. Thank you so much. Let's give her another warm round of applause for the last time. Thank you so much. So we are going to move to our next item, which is the panel discussion. And we also acknowledge people because we have people who have joined us, who have joined us virtually. So we also acknowledge them. So we're going to move to our next item, which is the panel discussion, is going to be guided by our Professor E.M. Nkwana. So, and also our panelists, we have Mr. P.C. Kabe from Polokwane Local Municipality. We also have Mr. M. Shabangu from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. We also have Professor T.M. Ramroka from the University of Limpopo. So can you please welcome our panel and also welcome our moderator on this as they ascend the stage. Please let's clap hands and let's welcome them. Remember, you must clap until they reach the stage. We still left with Professor Nkwana. Keep on clapping, keep on clapping. All right, thank you so much, our panelists, and also thank you so much, Professor E.M. Nkwana, and over to you, Professor Nkwana. Thank you.
Program Director, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Elvis. I think that with this panel discussion, what is good is that if you look in your program, you'll see that there is a bit of a snippet where our, can you hear me? Yes, there's a bit of a snippet where our distinguished panelists, their profiles are provided, but I'm going to request them to at least introduce themselves at the beginning. And Madam Musoto, thank you very much for your beautiful speech. You spoke about localizing the issues of spatial planning and disaster and climate. And indeed, that is what I'm interested about. Prof. Koma, that is what I'm interested about, to know how does that, whatever we are talking about here, how can we contextualize it and localize it to Polokwane Municipality, Capricorn District, and the Limpopo Province? That is my interest, and I hope that our panelists will talk to that. Without any further waste of time, let's get into the business of the day, and I hope that the panelists as well, you will also talk to what Madam Musoto spoke about, you know, to continue the link, you know, to add on the good work and what she was speaking about. Prof. Ramrock, what should we do? Should I start with you and you introduce yourself a bit and then you set the scene? Because remember, you are an expert in spatial planning. Is it working? Just test it. It is. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, just speak. Yeah, you can stand. Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues, distinguished guests, students. I see my students in the room, and all stakeholders. My name is Tou Wagara Moroka. I'm a professor in development planning and management, specifically with focusing on spatial development planning, urban development planning, rural development planning, governance, and also poverty reduction. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, moderator. Let me take this opportunity to greet Prof. Koma, Prof. Mukwele, other professor that I might not know, and my colleague, Dr. Kangala, and the Honorable MP, Ms. Mukwele, my president and deputy president of DIMISA, Ms. Leve Musoto and Fritama Tebula. I've seen a colleague from Santam, also Sister Susan Chovela, my fellow panelists and program director who chat and opened, and all people who are attending here and or let me say attendees, you are all greeted. My name is Putikabe. Who is Putikabe then? I ask myself. I'm not a professor or a doctor, I'm a doctorand. I'm a boy. I'm saying a boy. But what is interesting with me, I schooled with one of your professors. I can't say who. I'm responsible for disaster management in the city of Polokwane. I've been there since 2004. As a manager, I worked in the office of executive mayor before, dealing with communications. I worked as a TLC administrator, responsible for establishing TLCs and also transiting them into municipalities. I served in some of those transitional committees. And there are a lot of committees that I sit. I also sit in TUT Advisory Forum. I also sit in provincial structures. I can't finish. I'm currently doing my PhD. I've been in the field of disaster management for more than 20 years. I've developed a lot of policies in Polokwane, disaster plans. I think we are one institution in Limpopo which does its disaster management plan without outsourcing it. We insource it. We are proud to do it. We also managed to access a lot of funding through our reports, assessment reports that we write to national. We have currently received more than 40 million as part of what we do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Midupi Shabangu. Recently, and first let me appreciate the invitation from Professor Mukwele and the University of Limpopo, which I proudly am a graduate many years ago. And then I'm currently an independent consultant who used with over 20 years of experience in land reform and rural development in the Land Claims Commission, holding a master's in social science from the University of Cape Town and reading for a PhD as well in the same university. And I would like to also indicate that I'm also a rural villager who actually is very impressed with the profiles of professors and most importantly with the theme of this colloquium, which most importantly touches on the very key aspects of which are very important in this in the 21st century. And thank you so much, Prof. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Shabangu. Thank you very much, Professor Ramroka. Thank you very much, Dr. to be Mr. Kave. And you'd have noticed that Mr. Kave is full of experience. You know, he's one of the leaders at the Polokwane municipality, which is now called the City of Polokwane municipality. So we'll be hearing about what you are doing there. And then Professor, you know, Professor is in academia, but she was also at the HSRC. So she's very good. She was my classmate. Now she's my colleague. I've known this lady for how many years now? More than 20 years. Pardon? Who is smart? Yeah, she's very smart. And then, sir, I would like to bring the topic back to what you said. You said that you are a villager. And the issues of villages is the issues that we are talking about here. You know, remember there are many issues where the traditional leaders will take the land and just give it to people where it's a flat plain. And then when there's a disaster, they run to who? To you, and then they blame government. And then there's a disjuncture between government, traditional leaders, and you know, and other role players, Cockstar, etc. This is what you spoke about as well, madam. So you see, we are moving on nicely, Mr. Slelo. Yeah. So let's talk about that in that context of Polokwane municipality, Capricorn district, Limpopo, the villages where we come from, the townships where you come from, the role of the traditional leaders, the role of the municipalities. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? What can we do to address? I'm going to give you last, Mr. Kabi. I know you're going to tell me a lot of things that happen at the municipality. I'm going to start with you, sir. Yeah, I'm just giving you five minutes, and then we'll get another round again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much. Look,
yeah, you can. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I think it's fine. Look, we need to be very practical, né? And take the conversation of, and I'm glad that you are localizing this colloquium, because because the University of Limpopo actually or universities to a greater extent are institutions or a community of knowledge that needs to actually even find solutions to local problems or challenges. But let me bring it home. If you look at the spatial or the cadastral identity of Limpopo, let me say of CDM, entirely encompassing various local municipalities, there's a very complex question of land. And you can't do spatial planning in the air. It takes place on land. But most importantly, let's take it a step further back. In the 1800s, in 1884 or towards 1885, if my memory serves me well, but it's around the 1800s, we had the Berlin Conference that took place, which was led by the German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. Students of history would know that that's where Africa was partitioned. That is where the first spatial planning took place. And that spatial planning was not for the purpose of creating value for local people. It did not recognize the existence of black people on the entire continent. Predominantly, it was the Western, let me call it the global North. The question of the global North coming to Africa was about extraction and territorial expansion and hegemony. Let us actually multiply ourselves in areas that we don't know through voyages of discovery. And the powerful blocks came together and brokered the deal. But let me pull it further and say that conference created what we call on the African continent 3 institutions. We are speaking English today because of them. We are speaking Portuguese because of them. And some were German colonies, like, for example, in Namibia. But look at this also from this context, that the spatial plane, the map of Africa was drawn then. Today we have Mozambique because of that conference. Essentially, it never existed on the map the way it's drawn. Because you still have communities of people who are about Shangans, who are that side and some are this side. Who are Zulus, some are this side, the other side, on the other side. But check it also this way. Then let me bring it closer again. Then there was a deal in South Africa about the republics between the British and the Afrikaners, which ultimately created multiple provinces. And the spatial planning paradigm took another turn, which was race-based, which was about hegemony and identity. So in those plannings, what we also saw was the development of homelands, which actually created another interesting angle from the geography of what South Africa looks like. Spatial planning also took place in terms of tribal identity. We used to have Gazankulu, Venda, and Leboa in the context of where we are. I'm bringing it closer in that context. Now, post-1994, there's a new decision, there's a new planning regime of spatial planning, which also intersects around issues of socio-economic development, and most importantly, we're just recently seeing a proliferation of disasters, like, for example, El Nino and floods and everything else. But localizing it and bringing it further, I'm going to actually bring it closer to my brother from the Polokwane municipality. We once had a post-1994, during the premiership of Ngwakura Matlodi, the contestations around the issues of chieftainship. You can't be a chief in the air, you are a chief actually with a specific land territory. So we had Ralushai Commission that actually was supposed to get to the bottom of the issues of chieftainship around issues of land as well. Now, bringing it closer again, 2026, localizing it. Urban areas are very saturated because of urban-rural divide or bias. The land is too expensive. People are moving to the outskirts of town. We are going back to tribal land. But check what is the issue now. We have a situation where the unresolved question of land becomes, it's swinging like a pendulum consistently. Why? We have got government that goes to Amatapo, Hoshimutapo. We've got communities that wants to be closer to town, Gomamahule. We have got Kamoleji closer to town, Kwenamoloto. Those are the new actually peri-urban areas. But where's spatial planning there? Who owns the land? Why are they selling the land? There are multiple questions that actually rise from that particular perspective. Now, the municipality comes and say, but we are the law. We are the face of legality. This is how you do spatial planning. Then there's a pushback from tribal authority in the context of actually, who is responsible for this land? Where are these people going to be settled? You can only have so much land, you can't produce it. If I've given people good land in a zone that is habitable, but some people still need more land, I'll put them on a floodplain because it's money for me. But then then fast forward, there's a disaster. Local government does not have endless pockets to be able to deal with disasters. They have to pitch in. Then what is the question? The question of political will on the issue of spatial planning. Then let's bring the socio-economic context to it. Then the socio-economic context to it is that people want to find a way to eke out a living. Therefore, it means spatial plannings or the zones that have been developed. The municipality of Polokwane should be saying, look, in raising the most important issues of consultation, which our keynote speaker mentioned, there must be consultation. There must be participatory spatial planning conversations to say, Komuleji, what is the best economic opportunity or an enclave of investment which can actually be unlocked through private and public sector capital combined, where we can put people there, create opportunities. That's spatial planning, zoning, economic zones, and therefore, and who gets what and how much. Then we bring the issues of disaster. Which areas are they not supposed to live in? Which in the medium and the long term are disaster-prone areas? You see, so if we don't get to that level, which is a problem at the present moment, as I conclude, we have to get to a point where there is political will and the capacity of the state to enforce legislation. But some scholars argue that it is because of political alignment. That if I say to you can't put people here, I won't get votes. So therefore then the contextual reality is that there has to be political will that is governed by scientific methods of spatial planning informing socio-economic development opportunities and potential risk mitigation and planning in the context of that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, that deserves a round of applause. Don't you want to be my PhD student? I can supervise you for PhD. We'll write serious stuff. Prof, you can take over from here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the background and also for reminding us where we are coming from. And I love the words that says, things do not happen in space, they do not happen on air, they happen on land. And for me, the issue is around, we are saying spatial planning, there's also this dynamic disaster risk response. So which means that our planning starts with environmental assessment, and then we are able to know what we might be likely to be faced with when that does happen. And that also tells us probably the kind of disasters that we are likely to be challenged with. So with that, there's also a mention to say who owns the land. Our guest speaker has indicated that there's a hierarchy of planning which is also distorted, which does not talk to each other. And then with that distortion, do we also expect, or do we also assume that our traditional authorities will understand what needs to happen as the custodians of land? That's the biggest question for me. Are we able to say, are we rightfully and able to say that they are capable of allocating land by themselves? Of course, considering the hazards, the risks that we are talking about today. So one of your sustainable development goals, some of them will tell you that one of the key things that we need to be doing is to reduce poverty through land allocation. And the question is our land suitable for that? We're also talking about, in our SPLUMA, we're talking about spatial principles, and one of the key principles that is close to my heart is spatial justice. And I always ask myself, are we doing, because obviously the key thinking around that is giving people access to land, access to houses and services as well. But the key question for me is, are we preaching spatial justice if we are allocating land that is unproductive, that is highly dangerous and prone to disasters and risks? So as we're thinking of justice, how then do we define justice in this case? Are we still saying that people were not able to access land? In this, we're talking 2026 now. Are we still saying they are unable to access land? Or do we need to change the focus and say, if we're talking spatial justice, let's talk about the productivity of the land, the safety of the land that we are allocating our people. So that's also one of the key things that I've also drawn from the note, the keynote address. There's also one thing that sparked my mind when they say strategic. Spatial planning is a strategic approach. How then do we become strategic, especially given the areas that I mentioned in terms of disasters that we are facing? Most of the disasters that we are likely to face in Limpopo are around water disasters, related disasters. Either we have floods or we are very dry, there are droughts. So in that, for us to be able to plan for sustainability, there's issues around sustainability as well. We're talking sustainable development. For us to be able to plan for sustainability, is it not profound? Is it not also bearing in mind that our speaker has also talked about proactive versus reactive planning? So how then do we ensure that our areas, our land allocation, traditional land allocation, is appropriate? It matches the scientific allocation prescriptions in terms of sustainable development. So that should also be coming into mind as we discuss issues around this. So I know that there are measures and mechanisms that municipalities, obviously, and other institutions adopted in order to involve these traditional authorities and leaderships, and the question is, how effective and productive are they? Do we not need to revise and say, perhaps let's take a different dimension and make them, I don't know, for lack of better word, capacitate them to be able to know. Their indigenous knowledge is of importance. I'm sure they know where wetlands are. I'm sure they know where the river flows and everything. And if you take it a level higher to indicate the impacts of what they have on land in relation to the hazards, the risks, that climate-related risks and disasters that we are facing, then they will be able to know. And also, I think the most other important factor is also to know that land in our traditional spaces, in our rural areas, is not only for residential. Land can also be used for something else. I think that's another dimension that needs to be emphasized, because when they have land, the first thing that comes to mind is selling it for residential purposes. And does the land use in question, is it appropriate for the characteristics of the land that they are exposed to? That remains a very critical question as well.
A round of applause. Thank you, Prof. This is an information overload. You know, you're talking about the lack of communication between the hierarchies. You know, you're talking about spatial justice. That is not only about giving the person the land. What type of land are you giving the person? The size, the location, what are they going to do with the land? And Mr. Shawangu, you speak about economic zones. You know, you speak about, in a long time in Muleji, they've always been complaining that the chief there does not allow development. But now we see development, people are building malls and in the villages, and it comes to your point that land can be used to benefit the local communities. I'm going to come to you because you are from the municipality. And then before you speak, Mr. Kabe, you know when you drive on the Moloto Road, you go to Amatala, there are these new mushrooming settlements. Did you see them? Hundreds of shacks there next to Juju Valley by Zone 1. You go up there, and then immediately you pass Juju Valley, you turn to the right, you try to go into Shiro, you see mansions there by Kwenamoloto. Double stories, you know. Mr. Gabi, tell us about what is happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. You see, part of the thing that I normally do is we respond. Remember, disaster management is about being proactive. But how we work now, as Ms. Ashamungus indicated, we respond. I think even Prof here indicated something very interesting. What you see there is an urgent need for, there are two ways. Okay, I can stand. Oh yeah, you lie, you know, sorry. You remember, I also produce more than 500 learners, University of Limpopo students.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, the biggest challenge that we have, demand for land, is because of two things that you see. One, in the past when we were people liberating ourselves, we invade a lot of land. We still have those people with that mentality that if you invade, one, within 74 hours, government has to give you where to stay. That's why you see the mushroom as you go to Matala Road. That is one of the reasons. Two, is because people want land to be nearer to town, but they don't want to pay. The very same way you see here in Mamahule, as was raised earlier on, is because the area was claimed and then a community in that case had to sell the land. But the question is the issue of zoning as it was indicated. Was the land zoned for agricultural purpose, residential, or business? Those are some of the things that we do. Now comes the issue around shacks in those areas. What happens? What happens in case there are disasters as a result of climate change? Because it's either you've got a low precipitation or high or extreme weather conditions, which need us to adapt. So the people that you see are also affected in most cases. As a result of that, you need what you call climate responses, adaptation issues, strategies that you follow, and the issue around the policy. What is the policy issue in relation to assistance that you give to people who have invaded land or who have been given without authorization? Those are some of the things that we are facing because the SDG has got certain issues. I think the presenter spoke about goal number 11 and 13. But the biggest question that I ask myself as and when we do risk-informed planning and development, that's where spatial planning comes in. One, land use management plus environmental protection. Those are key issues from disaster management that we look into. Because settlement patterns through spatial planning will be well designed. But the issue then comes, who owns the land? In town, urban areas we know. But in rural areas, I'm sorry to raise the matter now. There is a political will which is lacking. Trust on behalf of the state. The Minister of Land Affairs is the owner. South African government is the owner. But we must also be careful. There are two types of ownership in communal land. There is one that the host is held on trust on behalf of government. There is a communal land which has got a common title deed. There are a lot of areas within tribal land or under, not tribal because it's now been under communal land. There are most of communal land which are under hoshes, but they were bought by communities. And those communities Some know, some do not even know. It's a debate for the other day. I can't go because it has its own politics. Because even if you bring the development in that particular area, people don't even have any say. Because the allocation was done by who? By traditional leaders. Then people know no area to belong to a traditional leader, even is bought by the community. There are a lot of areas in those issues. But there is an issue that we need to deal with. At the municipal level, it's very easy. Spluma is very clear. Municipality responsible for all land use planning, all special planning, all the development. Whatever that they do, they should be. But the problem is, it was earlier indicated. How do we ensure that there is a link between what traditional leaders are doing and what government is willing to do? As a result, it becomes disastrous to us because if, as and when a new settlement is determined in a wetland or a floodplain area, when it rains, there are two ways there. If we've got flooding, area gets flooded, we respond. If it's dry, we experience a drought, people don't have water, we respond through water tanking. But at the same time, because it's dry, the grass is too dry, then you respond to fires. Because now the area is so dry that everywhere you go, you've got a lot of wildfires. Another issue that we also fail to take note is the other alien plants that are there. When it's hot, because they've got oil, they release oil, then they do what? Because of the nature of the extreme heat conditions, they also burn. They create process. That's why I spoke about environmental protections. Those are the key issues that we need to, and we need to move from there. That from policy perspective, government has to be very clear in terms of who determine settlement. The patterns is important because as long as we don't restrict development in line with policies, in line with Section 2 of Environmental Management Act, the NEMA as we normally called it, and at the same time we don't follow Section 17 and Section 19 of Climate Change Act of 2024, we're going to have a problem. So we need coordinated effort, hence the issue of integration. Because if you integrate one, well-designed settlement, rural settlement in particular, two, coherent decision-making process, which makes planning very easy. The last one would be to say we have government that talks to each other through communications. And as a result, we'll not have a problem of planning. We'll plan in line with government policies. The ministers, as indicated by the president of DMISA and the HOC of Capricorn District, to say all these different departments that are there can be able to talk. We know we've got MINMAG, there are a lot of interministerial committees to deal with disasters and all other things. But in terms of implementation, it's a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, you can sit for now. I'm still going, there's a round I'm opening now for questions, Q&A session. Because I have a lot of questions even myself. Because you are speaking about, see, I still have an issue with this issue of the sheikhs in Seshego. We must talk about it in detail. But I found it fascinating what you said about environmental protection aspect as well. It's something that I never thought about. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open the floor now for a round of questions, comments. I know that you have burning questions. Also the students, please feel free to ask. There's no stupid question, you know. So can I see by vote of hands, who has comments or questions? Anything, you know, it might be something happening in your village. And Mr. Kaviye will clarify it from government. I think this microphone is quite good. You can give it to them, then you just give it to them, then they ask all the questions and everything, and then they will respond after. Thank you. I'm giving you this one, it's good.
This
This one is not good.
Okay, thank you. I'm Professor Maji from your brother department. Just a simple one for me in terms of the history of the African continent. There is a myth that Africa is actually bigger than how it's projected. Is that true? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ramoshava James. Just a quick one from me also. Drawing from what Mr. Midupe has already alluded with regards to how the spatial planning came about from the historical evolution of land. So what would be an ideal reform or rather transformation that actually captures issues of traditional leadership to try and align them in regards of issues of spatial planning? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My question is actually similar to what they just asked right now, but
Yeah, just introduce yourself as well first.
Oh.
So that we also know and acknowledge you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, my name is Woshomane Martin, an honor student in development planning and management. And the topic actually revolves around the research that I'm also working on land use. And Mr. Ramoroka also mentioned that there is hierarchy in planning, whether according to Spluma or other frameworks, they do not speak to each other. So I want to understand what measures can be put in place to ensure alignment between the traditional leaders and the municipalities in terms of land use planning. Because when you go into Spluma, it tells you that the municipalities are responsible for the land use, the zoning, and so on. And the traditional leaders are responsible for the land allocation. So there is no relationship there. So what measures can be put in place to ensure that there is alignment between the two?
Yes, thank you, Program Director, also the moderator. My question, in fact, I'm amplifying on what Mr. Ramushaba raised, and my question is directed to Mr. Gabe. To what extent are the traditional leaders involved in the IDP process, from planning, budgeting, review, and also implementation in the context of the Polokwane local municipality and to some extent the Capricorn district? Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you. No, he will come. She will come to you afterwards. Keep that question, and then where do I start? Let me start here with the history. The first two questions that were asked about the history.
Thank you so much. My brother there made mention of is Africa bigger than what is projected? Look, I let me respond it in this way. I'm not a geographer. I'm not a geographer that can actually do an actual physical mapping of size in terms of square kilometers. But let me answer you in this way. Yes, Africa is bigger than what is projected in this particular fashion. The continental footprint, we have got over 50 countries on the African continent, 1. 2, you have got a massive young population on the African continent, more than any other in the world. 3, you have got the highest concentration of resources and future minerals that have not been tapped into. 4, Africa is the biggest market in the world. Go and sell a cell phone in all the countries of the African continent. So, hence there's what we call, scholars also go like, there's the second phase called the scramble for Africa. The second Berlin conference is taking place today. That's why you have got the military in the DRC. That's why you have got the war that is taking place in the Sahel region because of uranium. That's why you have got what is happening in the Ethiopian region. That's why you have got serious contestation about the identity of what the South African state should look like from the United States. It's because of strategic interests that they have on the continent. Yes, to simplify it, Africa is bigger than what we think it is. Go to the rural areas, drive Komuleji now. Muleji is now becoming a town. There are 2 garages recently that were built in the last 12 months. There's a new mall that is being built. There's money in the pockets of an average unemployed young person in Limpopo, Komuleji, Kadi 350. The social grant, that's how big Africa is. So the second one is, what is the ideal reform agenda in spatial planning regarding issues of of Maoshi? Look, let me be very frank with you. I've worked in the land claims for a very long time. I've come to do land claims research in tribal areas, especially Koskukuni. The contradictions of what is happening in terms of Maoshi Koskukuni. The institution of traditional leadership by its very nature, over a period of time, has mutated. It has changed face. Some of the changes took place in our lifetime. Go to Muleji today, there's another Hoshi called Matavul. Look, and he's allocating sides. You've got the government, which is represented by Polokwane municipality. Who must they contact? Because there's a section of the community that actually pays allegiance to him. The government then needs to come and say, we are going to build a road here. You can't build homes here. They go like, you can't tell us anything. You see? Then you have got Hoshimoloto on the other side. Remember, these things have got a direct bearing on spatial planning. Then, therefore, what one can call, it's in summary, which scholars need to engage with, is the question of spatial justice. Is the government really trying to help us to achieve spatial justice from the historical conflicts that took place around issues of tribal identity, around issues of homeland consolidation, which was essentially done by apartheid? And therefore, the internal contradictions of the state. Is the state really advancing an agenda of reform that you are talking about in the context of ensuring that the spatial justice post-liberation, post-1994? And equally so, there are issues of what one can call political class contradictions. The poor can make big decisions. The middle class makes reasonable decisions. And those who have got money make big decisions in rural areas. Where are we going to have the next police station? Wapaud. Where are we going to have the next big dam in this place? Who is going to make money? It's those who actually have got money to be able to attract investment. So that's the contradictions and the hierarchy of what this scholarship should be able to engage with. And also, if we have done that, what is the local value retention ratio, Prof? The money that is actually being, there's a court judgment, let me put it in this way. The Legal Resources Center did a class action against Magoshia Limpopo. That judgment is there. It went to it's a constitutional court judgment. It was about this. You can't collect tribal levies. One, they are not audited. Two, there's no accountability. And by the way, the site that you buy, the money that you pay to actually establish a business, to get a business site or a residential site. So then it goes, actually, it's another contradiction in terms of spatial planning. The government, the judgment then says, it is the government of Limpopo, Coxstar, that has got the authority to be able to impose levies upon the communities. That's a function that cannot be delegated because it needs to be delegated through legislation. Now, the government of Limpopo through the through municipality of Polokwane, it will go there and say, no, you can't build here. But the chiefs realize that I can make 500,000 here in a week because people are buying sites. Then it's a question here. When you drill deeper into to those issues, it goes back to two things. Class contradictions. If I'm unemployed, I'm poor, I can't afford a site, I can't have a home. How then do we actually deal with the question of spatial justice? You see? And then therefore, it means that I can't establish a business because I can't afford a site. The money that I have to establish a business. The site is 20,000. What is it based on? In tribal land, which is held in trust by the minister on behalf of the tribe, Moleti tribe. So those are some of the issues. Are we criminalizing poverty without actually, when we're dealing with the issues of spatial planning? Or are we using poverty as a justification for political logic? You see? And lastly, dismantling the identity of spatial injustice is another thing that we need to deal with. Thank you so much.
Prof, I'm going to come back to you, Prof, because this man is burning. I could see he was burning. What wants to respond? Go ahead.
I'm not burning. You see what Prof raised?
Yeah.
Prof, there is a legalized process. Actually, it's a process in terms of IDP. Normally, municipality adopts what you call IDP process plan. It's a consultative process which allows the municipality to consult communities and various stakeholders.
Mr. Gal, could you please also link, when you respond to Prof, it's very because it speaks about participation. Could you try to link it with also what he said?
Okay.
Yeah, please link the two.
Thank you. And then what you do is you consult what you call traditional councils. Once you consult them, they've got a specific program or date that is scheduled for them. Specific program that is scheduled for business, strategic days scheduled for other communities in the form of clusters. But they still form part. The issue around the planning, once that is done, there is a unit in the municipalities. I think all the municipalities have it, called Public Participation Unit. That unit is responsible to communicate in terms of, with the communities in terms of Section 16 of the Systems Act and also in terms of Chapter 4 and Chapter 4 of both Systems Act and Structures Act. Those people are responsible to pass all the information to the municipalities. But the practice is, they must go to traditional leaders to say, we've got a project in your area, we would want to implement, this is what this project is all about. It is part of the IDP as you alluded or as you have requested. Then the implementation would start. The unit will allocate a person, the engineer, the contractor, and also the officers to work with the community and establish what is known as PSC, Project Steering Committee. The Project Steering Committee will then steer the project until finito, including one councillor. That is how it works. The question is, there are two contesting powers when you implement projects. Matabole contests Capricorn as it is, including Maya and Dikhale. That is what it's doing. You only see visible in Village because, like you said, it's a big area. I don't know whether Village is rich or what, but it's a very big area. So, as you indicated, if you have to sell residential site and business site in a big area, there will be money that comes into you. And that money is a lot of money. I don't know how much. I know in other areas, when you get a site, you need to pay more than 60,000. Others is 100,000 for a business. If you are an outsider, you pay more. For residential site, if you are from within that particular traditional community, I'm just specifically saying traditional community to differentiate between what an outsider and traditional community. You pay less, but you still pay in anyway. Now, what is it that you do? Normally, where there is contestation, you still have government implementing projects. And I think you might know the court judgment in Limpopo, where Matabola was also prohibited to interfere with the development. And I think on the 28th of June, you might have seen the court in Seshego. So it's not yet an issue that is to be solved because they also make an appeal. But the development under those conditions still continues because all of them have got interest of representing the people. And whereas to some of these issues related to this contradicting or conflicting traditional leadership, whoever that comes, according to the judgment, if you go there and stop development, you'll be the first to be arrested. So people are afraid to be arrested because there are about 3 or 4 people who have been arrested as and when the developments that are taking place. So the issue of contestation, as you said, I went to one area in Limpopo, I can't mention, where I was doing my own research. I also still found the issue of the boundaries, contradicting boundaries. You earlier alluded about how the colonizers created a crisis. But we should also take note. The issue of traditional leadership in South Africa is not easily going to be solved. We all talk of political will. Prof, we can talk of political will. Look at it. When KZN put the late, may his soul rest in peace, Mangosuthu to become the prime minister, and you make the very same a minister, and then you talk about KwaZulu-Natal, government taking the power from traditional leaders. As a minister, will I support it? No. You go and you've got Paketi Holomisa, who is a member of parliament, and Bandu Holomisa, who by their nature, they are from the royal family. Will they support the issue of tradition? You can investigate and do other things, there will be no movement. You go through Limpopo here, you have almost 4 Maoshis who are part of parliament. Then the issue of land ownership is not going to be resolved until there is, I think Prof raised something to say, as a municipal employee, I must be vetted and lifestyle audit must be conducted. We must also do that everywhere. Whoever contests for a particular position must be vetted, particularly if it's a political position, because you will have people who are contradicted. If Parliament is to adopt a law and you are a chief, and that law talks about spluma, so obviously you are contradicted because it affects you directly. So the issue of land ownership is not something that we can solve today, provided we create another law that strictly deal with the participation of traditional leaders in policies and laws that really works with them or affect them. Because you've got contra lesser, it makes input. You've got NCOP, it makes input. You've got municipalities where traditional council sits in those municipal council as ex officio. You still make the very same decision that affects them. So it's just one of the most contradictions that we find ourselves in South Africa. It's a matter, I don't know who's going to solve, but the population, the people of South Africa can still say it and try to solve it. So, in short, there is that consultation. There might be issues on the ground, but to some extent, in terms of following processes as per acts that are in local government, there is a little bit of progress. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Mr. Kavi, this is information overload. Now you are contradicting me now.
Okay, I think there was a question from Mr. Bushomani with regard to the integration among various spheres of government in relation to spatial planning, and part of the component, the elements has been discussed by our guest speaker, and I will definitely I'm humbly requesting that perhaps she respond to the question in terms of that hierarchy of spatial planning in response to what Mr. Bushomani has indicated Because I think, as well, given that they are in practice, I'm also going to be contributing to the contradiction that has already been mentioned here. And yeah, I think she's the right person to respond to that.
Yeah, and you see that a person is a professor when they say, no, let that other lady respond. You see, she knows, doesn't want to contradict you. Madam? And then after you can give that two for the questions, and then we'll wrap up.
No, thank you so much. Prof, you decided you're going to throw me in there. All right. I think the issues around the hierarchy matter is that when we talk issues of spatial planning, all right, and we talk issues around disaster and issues around climate change, all of these are matters that are interlinked and interconnected. So you cannot talk of the other without actually involving the other one. And we have a situation where you'd find that all these sectors are actually working in silos. There's the other one that is there, you're talking climate issues, they are talking there, it's climate, but when you're supposed to link it to how climate influence disaster issues, then that matter is not taken into consideration. So what I was bringing forth is that at the end of the day, all these sectors, they need to work hand in glove so that they can be able to deal and respond to issues of sustainability within our communities. We cannot have a situation where there's one that is there and the other one is sitting at the other end, and we are unable to work collectively towards issues around spatial development. Spatial development on its own, as an outcome, if I would call it an outcome, where you find that people are supposed to be placed, but they're placed in areas that are either high-risk areas, it would then be a challenge if we do not take other factors into consideration. I'm not sure whether I was responding to the correct question and whether I might have missed it now. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope everyone is well. My name is Marumanare Popi, and I'm a master's student in the Department of Development Planning and Management. So my question is around the question of the concept of informality. So given that 70% of the urban growth and socio-economic activity in the Sub-Saharan Africa, it happens informally, traditional. So rigid planning tools often only apply to a small fraction of the formal city. So how can we realistically design and scale up integrated spatial planning to build climate resilience for the majority who live and work in the informal settlement and sector, without resorting to forced displacements?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. We can move to, I think there's a gentleman here, and after there's also Prof. Asha.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and I acknowledge all the Limpopo employees and leaders and everybody. My name is Esther Mukwele. I'm the MPL in the Limpopo. I have one question, but also a comment. Just want to check if within the municipality there are sections that still deal with traditional issues. That's the first thing. But on the issue of a comment, I want to start by saying, generally in South Africa, this issue of spatial planning was never taken very serious, if I can just say it. And most of our big cities in particular, you look at Polokwane, you look at Joburg, Cape Town, and all those things, is a mess. You do not even realize what is happening. You look at Mokopane, it does not have any chance to expand. That is poor planning. And the other issue is that planning for the future is a serious problem. You look at our policies, they are not aligned in terms of the municipalities and the traditional councils. The rural development policies that were developed in 1994 were aimed to bring equity and improvement in the rural areas. But unfortunately, when the municipalities were established, they never focused on how do we work together with the traditional councils in order to ensure that as we develop the rural areas and the cities, there is a convergence at a particular stage. Right now, traditional leaders, and you can't blame them, if their people want stands, they will just go there, they were not capacitated in terms of the geographical aspect or the environmental issues. But now what they know is to say, if we can have a place where people can stay and grazing land, these are the only two issues that they will consider. The rest is something else. So now we are expecting them to allocate a settlement in a way that can be environmental friendly and can deal with the issues that are arising as a result of climate change. We are very unfair. The first thing is to make an awareness and to capacitate them to, maybe even to resource them in terms of each and every traditional institution, to have an engineer to assist them when allocating stand, to say, this area may not be suitable for residents because of one, two, and you make them to understand, because if you don't make them to understand, like I've indicated, they are only considering two things: a place to stay and where they can graze their livestock and where they can plow mills and all these things that they can sustain them. So we are saying municipality in terms of policy and the political will, yes, they have a lot of work to do. That is not done as we are speaking. But if we have got a dedicated section within the municipality to advise the traditional leaders on how to do, because we are living in a very difficult time, climate change. We are losing many people, both in the cities, in the rural areas, and everywhere else, because we were not taught about this phenomena. Is new to everybody, but there's nobody who is taking initiative to educate the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam, there is a student here at the front. Can you come? He has been raising his hand. I think let's prioritize him. And then let's prioritize the student. I know Prof. Asha has a question, and I know Dr. Masinya has a question, but let's hear from the student. I think also we are also running out of time. This was their last round, and then after they will respond, and then we'll move on to the presentations. You can go ahead, sir, it's fine.
Thank you. My name is Kamorelo Marco. I'm an honor student under the Department of Development Planning and Management. Mr. Akabe and Mr. Shabangu have said a mouthful about the distribution and authority of land by the municipality and tribal authority. So my question in conclusion is, can land be better distributed under the authority of municipality or tribal authority, taking into consideration both their limitations, looking at the reliance on local customs, traditional leaders acting as custodians of communal land while not owning it, and considering the limitations of municipalities, looking at corruption, poor governance, and no land to give. Thank you.
Yeah. Could you please give the student there at the back, the last one? Prof. Asha, we don't have time, Prof. I know your question is good, but it's okay. You and I will talk at lunch. Yeah, let's give the students chance, and then after you respond, and then we close it.
Good morning. My name is Morores Kukune. I'm interested in unemployment as a concept and necessarily the policies that are put in place to respond to unemployment. And as we look into Limpopo, there was a decline or there's a decrease in the unemployment statistics, right? But if you further analyze it, you realize it cannot be something we appreciate in the province that there's a decrease in unemployment statistics because the decrease is as a result of labor migration out of the province to other provinces. So this means that there's limited or there's a reduced number of available labor individuals who are ready to give labor to the province. This becomes problematic because it means that people who are readily available to do labor for the development in itself are migrating to other provinces, right? My question becomes then to Polokwane municipalities, but perhaps also people in the front. What is the prerequisite for the proactive development of our communities, right? What is it? What necessitates development in our communities? And secondly, how does Polokwane make money? Or how does Polokwane develop? Thank you.
Sorry. Before you take the mic, Polokwane, which Polokwane municipality or Polokwane the town?
So Polokwane is a capital city of the province. Yeah. So if we are to speak about economic development, we need to look at it first before we extend to other modes of economic development. So far, I'm born recently. I haven't seen any economic development of this capital city of Polokwane. It's either developing immediate communities in terms of like what infrastructure or bringing economic participation in those economies. So I'm asking, what necessitates that development? Because people, young people, don't see the economic activities in this province. That's why there's labor migration, and later we get to celebrate that there's reduced unemployment statistics in the province, which is facade.
Yeah, as she is coming, you can bring the mic online. Online. We have a question online. Madam Priscilla, take it over.
Thank you, sir. Land areas that fall under traditional leadership officially demarcated, and if so, how can formal municipal administrative facilities be utilized to optimize planning in rural areas? Maybe if I can repeat the first question. Are land areas that fall under traditional leadership officially demarcated? And if so, how can formal municipal administrative facilities be utilized to optimize planning in rural areas?
Yeah, so if rural land in rural areas is formally divided, so how can we use the structures of the municipality to make sure that the land is, okay, I get it here. Could you please bring the mic? I think there's another one.
Second, yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine, yeah.
If the African continent is underexplored in terms of geology, then surely disruptions can be expected in future when major geological discoveries are made and communities have to be relocated. Oh, that's a question. And communities have to be relocated.
Yeah, I got it because it goes to what you said, Mr. Shabangu, that we know we are endowed with critical minerals. Now there's a big talk of the critical minerals. Yeah, so I think you should talk to that. Mr. Kabi, here they are still raising the issue that if the land, does the traditional leaders have the training, the authority to divide the land, and if they do, how is the municipalities, government helping them to develop the land? That's the other question. Oh, there were other questions, isn't it? Those are the two that I picked up, but the other questions, there was a question of migration, interprovincial migration, the brain drain from Limpopo. You know recently in the news that the statistician general said that you guys are blaming foreigners, and he said there are lots of foreigners in Gauteng. Actually, the people that are in Gauteng are from the Limpopo province. Most of the people in Gauteng are from the Limpopo province. Take it over. take it over, Mr. Shabangu, and wrap up on your side with whatever you want to wrap up with, and then we continue, then we wrap up the session. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Quickly, Morore. Look, Morore's actually interest is on employment or unemployment. We need to have, maybe because I'm not a scholar in that space, you'll have a better definition. What is unemployment? My uncle is sitting in the village, but he knows how to build it a 2-room. The other one is a mechanic. The other one is an electrician, but they're in the villages. They don't have what we call so-called formal employment in industries. But then these people are earning a living far above 350 rand, which is being provided by government. The fundamental question that I can throw back to you, maybe let us have a relook at what unemployment is. Is it periodical? Is it prolonged? And what does that mean? The second one, Morora, you spoke about the prerequisite for development. Look, my argument is, especially in rural areas, spatial planners, especially in government and the private sector and academia, probably you need to have a conversation and say, Limpopo is predominantly rural. Let us develop what one can call an integrated spatial catalog. To say, Muleji is so big, we need to determine exactly where will be the business interest. What is the economic activity at Limpopo? How do we plot? How do we plan? What is the future expansion in terms of residential? 3, 4, what are specific economic zones? Where can we locate businesses? What type of businesses? Where can the hospital be? Remember, spatial planning is a longitudinal planning. We should be saying, in the next coming 50 years, how is Moleji going to look like? I don't think anybody, including myself in 1995, when I went to Teflop, imagined that Motapa will be the way it is, including Paledi the way it is. Surely spatial planners, this conversation should be saying, okay, we have Paledi, but we still have Nzima, Madira, Solomon Dale. How do we develop a spatial catalog, integrated spatial catalog, that the government and the municipality would be saying, this has been approved. If anybody, including tribal authorities, which actually goes back to the conversation of participation which was raised, and say, look, if you want to go and build a business site, go Solomon Dale, this is how the catalog looks like. You see? Then we avoid, then the logic would have informed, these are floodplains, you can't build here. These are wetlands, remember they are governed by specific legislations. These are potential future grave sites, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just also to touch base on issues around the hierarchy question that I was accused of throwing back to the guest speaker. Martin has indicated that there's legislative, there's an act that says, that pronounces that land should be zoned, there should be land uses in terms of the environmental characteristics of that particular land, which is correct. The same land that we are talking about, it's under the leadership, it's under the authority of traditional leadership, which means that there should be a relationship between the municipality and the traditional authority in terms of this land use versus land allocation. Because for land to be allocated, we need to know what is it going to be used for? What is it capable of producing? So we cannot be talking land allocation in silo away from land use. So we start with land use and say, this land is capable of producing this and that, is good for residential, not good for residential, good for business, which kind of business, and so forth. And then that then brings on board the comment that Ms. Mogule has indicated, that do our traditional leaders know what they are expected to do when it comes to this land allocation, or is just land that they have that they are just selling for residential purposes? Exactly that what I was saying in terms of spatial justice. If we are selling land that is not suitable for residential purposes, are we then advocating for spatial justice? So which means that incapacitating, she mentioned issues around capacity building, incapacitating our traditional authorities, how then do we do that? In most cases, the feel is, we're talking about providing information for them to know, or to decide what to do with the information in terms of the land that they have. The issue for me is how then do we actively and strategically involve them in these processes in terms of spatial development planning. There was also a question around informality and versus these traditional activities. And I also want to caution us that being traditional does not necessarily mean it's informal. And not being in the city does not necessarily mean it's informal. Being rural does not necessarily mean it's informal. So we need to understand that there could be this informality within a formal setup, which obviously is what we are seeing within our urban spaces, our towns and cities. So that line needs to be drawn, that understanding needs to be established, that you can be rural and still be formal. You can be rural and still be informal. You can be urban and still be informal. Those are the issues thereof. I think I am sorted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There were a lot of issues that were raised in relation to the municipality. Very. But let me start with what the Prof has just alluded to, the issue around informality. It depends who calls informal. I don't think whatever that is in rural areas today, you can call that informal. People are building bigger houses. I think the former speaker indicated how Mulej is getting developed. Actually, there are 3 garages that are in place. There is the one as you go to Amatamanyan on the R251, which is also in place, and the other mall coming somewhere around Ceres. But the issue is, those are some of the development. The issue that we are saying is, not everything that we do is from, because whatever that you put in place, we still as government, we still have some OC to give, occupational certificate. There are certain restrictions that we put, which still the same standard that you get in a formal environment. The only challenge that we face, which I'm going to answer, is the issue around how do you allow the development. I think the questions around that. There is an issue that the Honorable Member of Parliament raised around the section in municipalities deal with traditional leaders. There is a confusion in government, we must agree. Municipalities at the district level, they've got Mahoshi's Forum. At local, none. They only participate at council meetings. Therefore, it's a missed opportunity to some extent. But in terms of traditional affairs, matters dealing with demarcations and all other issues, the MEC for local government, which is Coxa, is dealing with them. There is a unit strictly to deal with Maoshis there. I believe there is a need for synergy for all these 3 spheres of government, and also synergy for 2 tiers of local government. That is category B and category C, which is district and local. That is something that government has to look at. The issue of synergy is a problem in government. That's why the integration is very key here. There is this acknowledgement I want to make. None of municipalities, including province, ever took a decision to educate the staff that you find in traditional authorities and the new councils that we speak. They have only done one workshop some months last year, if I remember well, where they were calling them the Honorable. I saw it in Limpopo, Capricorn. I've seen it go Komekete. It's because I work with events. Some of these events I do participate. I think you might have read some of the things that I'm doing. So the issue of participation is an issue that is hanging, and it's a long-hanging fruit that can be solved without any problem. The resources, you see, you need to be very careful when you deal with traditional leaders. The Honorable MPL, look, I'm an administrator. I only talk to people in the office, not to Hoshi, because whatever that I say, you'll end up committing cancel. And then when they meet with politicians, they will say, Kabe said this. It becomes like we have concluded with Hoshi. It binds the municipality, is a problem. Even if somewhere we did not understand each other, whatever misunderstanding might be interpreted to be, I'll be agreeing. Therefore, as officials who withdraw from committing council. We rather say, let the executive mayors or the speakers go and talk to tradition. We are limited. So we've got a very limited opportunities to talk. We only go there to pass the message. To say, we've got this project, this is what I'm doing. Other than there, you can't commit yourself. You'll be creating a crisis for yourself. You will be chucked off. So, indeed, I agree. No one is taking the initiative to educate them. I hope it's something that we need to look at. There was an issue around the distribution of land by municipalities and traditional. Can it be better distributed by either the traditional council or by municipality? No one is better than others. Let us be very careful. I might have gone to school, but I do not know what is happening on the ground. You know, there is anyone who knows the area called Mutinti. Mutinti was put, as you go from, if you are using Gilead Road from Perska Belt or Motonga Perigis, there's a very big area. I once said to Hosh, you wouldn't have allowed people to stay here because there are certain areas that need aesthetic houses. On a lighter note. The point I'm raising is, one guy said to one of his cousins and her cousins, don't go this side, ask for the other side. The next thing the person called me to say, my house is flooded. Fortunately, the cousin is a counselor. He came to my office. I said, you know, I'm going to report this issue, but I've warned them. Don't reside here. It's a floodplain area. So Mutindi is one of those. But to answer your question directly, municipal, what do you call SPLUMA, provides for municipalities and traditional leaders to enter into civil levies agreement. It's there in the, I think it's in the regulation 19. If that could be done and you then come with terms of reference. Part of term of reference include education, capacitation, and then deal with the issues around accounting and monetary mechanism. Because at the end of the day, that is what is needed. But there are two issues which Ndate Shabangu raised. When you allocate land, it has to do with money. But when you want to assist, your negotiation should not deal with how much is to be paid. It should be to determine the sizes of the stands and the integrated catalog special catalog as it was raised. If we can start by saying, one, let's do integrated special catalog, we are going to solve the problem. Because you'll know exactly where people can reside, where the business will do. You then come in terms of the stand. You know, one of the researches that I made, Prof. Com, I was told if you find a garage with more than 800 square meter, what does that mean? It's not a garage. It's garage plus something else. People still need that particular land. Why can't you go to a lesser square meter? That will accommodate. You can see in garage now, people are able to put spa, they put even Calitos and other things, Kentucky's, but the space, you find a very sizable space, so nice. So infrastructure, smart infrastructure development, that's what we need to have. So I believe it's possible if we follow what the municipal land use management says in terms of SPLUMA. That we can do, but I still insist, no one is better. We need each other. So I was mostly affected, Prof. What is the prerequisite of coming up with development? How does the municipality make money? In the first place, you pay rent, you pay rate. Municipal rate and taxes, that is what everybody stays in Polokwane pays. And I know University of Limpopo also pays some rates. They know, you can ask them. But the question is, the prerequisite to development. Look, there is what you call township establishment. I think it's integrated spatial planning, which identify areas of interest for various people who've got money to build. as and when you want to put, you can be able to identify and use your resources to build. There are a lot, for sure, you know that the Limpopo is building what you call State Theatre as you go through Wahom R37 next to Wakonumalapa. Next to Greenery Mall, it's not long, for sure, you've seen mall now. Next to it, there is a hotel. There are a lot of plans that are there in place. Some of them, I might not say them because they're still in planning. But look, the allocated space for business development in terms of township establishment. So what the municipalities, all municipalities, what they want investors in line with their plans. So it's very key to do that. There was an issue to say, how will the municipality help after traditional leaders would have allocated site? How do they optimize that land development? Look, there are two processes here. The municipality will never have any say in case. What they should do is just to bring services. You can't say traditional leaders, here you are wrong. It's quite a difficult task to say it. You must understand, I think MPL will agree, they sit with a lot of traditional leaders who still feel that municipalities are not treating them well, who still don't even trust the municipalities for their own reasons. At the same time, we still have town planners who went to municipalities try to help them to optimize that particular development. At the end of the day, though some of traditional leaders withdraw. I'm speaking from research. I'm not speaking from my own mind. I'm speaking because I know I can even code. Unfortunately, I can't disclose. You see? So some of these things, it's not that we are not doing them in government. We do them, but we are restricted by limitations that we find ourselves in. So what is very key? One, we need to say, as and when we put development, the land use management must also consider what you call risk-informed development. Once we can start doing that, obviously the climate change issue, sustainable development goals will happen. So in conclusion, Prof, I need to talk about integration as my...
Yeah, and well, the last one is that just prepare that, the giving of the gifts and everything.
Okay. In closing is, the risk-informed decision will help a lot because the climate responses will not be that much. We'll build what you call more inclusive, community resilient. So any development that is coordinated will then be done without any challenge, will not be done in isolation. Spatial planning will guide settlement pattern away from wetlands, flood management prone areas. The other issue is rural development will promote climate smart development, which is risk-informed one. Therefore, we'll be able to incorporate land use planning and infrastructure development as part of climate adaptation. So that is some of the things that we need to do in order to integrate spatial planning, rural development into our development. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, another round of applause, guys. If you did not get any research topics, I know. Wabaiza. These guys, they spoke a lot about many research gaps from the history of spatial planning, and how it plays today, They've said so many things. Prof. Koma, could you please come to the fore and we're together with Prof. Mukweli. Prof. Mukweli, yeah, please come so that we can honor our guests. But Madam Musutu, she must come as well, isn't it? Yeah, Madam, please. Yeah. Yeah, please. I think I think Prof. Koma, you can do the honors. Or Prof. Mukwele, yeah, you can. Or Popia Popza. Let me say, guys, thank you very much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You have been no, Prof. You know, man. You know, me and you. Say no. Don't you want me to supervise you for a PhD?
Let's talk at last.
Hey, I'm going to learn a lot from you. Yeah, madam. I did not get time to greet you. How are you? I'm good. No, I'm going to supervise you for your second PhD.
Oh, wow.
Anything you want to say? Anything? No. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Eli. Can I use this one instead? How do we switch this one off?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good day, colleagues. Thank you so much for coming through. I hope you have take-away points, as Professor Nkwana has already said. Hopefully you have been able to jot down some article topics. If you are going to do research or currently doing research, you could have found some elements that you could add or that you can add to your various research projects. But for me, what I'm taking away this morning, before we say thank you to our guest speakers and panelists, what I'm taking away is the fact that different organizations, including traditional authorities, they need not work in silos. Everyone needs to come to the party, and if these different institutions can all work together, it will be easier for all of us to be able to deal with the vulnerabilities and the risk that come as a result of climate risk. We've seen in different communities, people continue to build in wetlands. And in order for us to be able to do away with the building in wetlands and such situations, we need to work together as traditional authorities and traditional officers, including the government through our municipalities. So in no order of importance, if I should say, we would like to thank our panelists and our guest speakers for honoring the invite and coming this morning, taking time off their own engagements and dedicating this morning to come and share insights with all of us. And their contribution really means a lot to building the Colloquium and making it a great deal or a big deal that it is. It's because of the contribution that comes from our speakers and you as our participants. So would like to thank Ms. Musutu, if you can come here and have Ms. Musutu in the middle. Thank you so much. Oh, it should. Thank you so much, Ms. Musutu. Thank you. And can we please have Mr. Shabangu, our panelist? Thank you, Mr. Shabangu. Can we please have Mr. Kabe? Thank you, Mr. Kabe. Can we also have Professor Ramoroka? Thank you so much. This is just a small token of appreciation. Nothing too hectic to send the SIU their way. Don't hang on. Nothing too hectic to send the SIU their way or have them appear there by Madlanga Commission. It's just a small token of appreciation to say, we really thank your presence and we really thank your contribution and your time. Before we get to our moderator, I would like to also appreciate Professor Koma. Thank you, Prof. Koma, and our moderator. Professor Nkwana. Thank you so much, colleagues. Program Director. Yes. Before we go back, can we please take a group photo with all our panelists and Ms. Musutu? I think up here because the banner is a bit better. If you can come back, ma'am. Sorry about that. Are the logos facing? A photo direction.
Director chase me. I want to appreciate the following. Dr. Selelo Matimulani, I'm not sure where it's located, representing DRAT within the University Department of Research, Administration and Development. Thank you for gracing our event. We would like to appreciate Ms. Frida Matebula as well. She was there with us last year from DEMISA. We really appreciate your presence. And I would like to appreciate the colleagues from our school that graced this event. We really appreciate you. Further, let me appreciate the following institution. We've got UNISA, we've got HSRC, or UJ, I think, I'm not sure if the colleague is from UJ or HSRC. We've got UKZN, we've got University of Western Cape, and we've got EduVos. These are the institutions that either joined us. I'm not sure if any institution that I called, any institution? UWC, UNISA, HSRC. Thank you so much for your presence here. We really, really appreciate. We will see you again even next year. We will be with you. And EduVos, I think EduVos is a student. We really appreciate you for your presence. Thank you very much. I just took this short moment to appreciate colleagues and even colleagues online. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Because of time, I'm just going to run through announcements quickly. And thank you so much, Professor Nkwana, our moderator, and also the panelists. So I think Professor Mukweli has done justice in appreciating them. Thank you so much. So I think we've reached the end of our program for now. So indeed, we have run out of time. So we are going for tea break right now. And then so we are going to take 10 minutes, 10 minutes for tea break, and then after that we are going to go to our respective halls. So, and then in terms of lunch, everything will be announced in our respective halls. And as the program director, thank you for bearing with us. And if go hat lady konse unswarele.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Slelo Mohale Ernest from the Department of Development Planning and Management, and I will be talking about the road infrastructure neglect by the African National Congress. Right, let me start by saying this, Program Director, that a bad attitude is like a flat tire. You need to change it, to change it, because a car cannot move without changing that flat tire. The idea behind this quote is that the ANC government must change the way they do things in local municipalities or even at provincial level, in fact even at a national level. Colleagues, I'm going to talk about road infrastructure neglect by the ANC with reference to climate change and the recent flooding that we had in the province. One may ask to say, why did you put the ANC on the title? I put the ANC because they are the governing party. They are the ones who take the blame. So they are in charge for the province or in the province with regard to the issues of road infrastructure, service delivery, and many other things. The Limpopo province has experienced, colleagues, let me say this. The Vusemoleke is my co-author in this paper. He's the one who was supposed to present here. So he ran away, went to Gauteng. He just sent me the slides this morning. That is a disclaimer. So Limpopo province has experienced increasingly severe flooding in recent years, from last year until until March this year. We had very, very serious intensive rainfall. So the road infrastructure, colleagues, remained in question because of climate change. It has exposed the governance failures by the African National Congress. In fact, it means that in terms of the road infrastructure, one could say that the quality of the road that they are building are questionable, because most of them have been washed away by the by the recent flooding. So questions have emerged in scholarly literature that spoke about the preparedness of road infrastructure in the country. To say, are we really prepared? If the disaster hits South Africa, how do we react? Are we prepared? So this recent flooding in the province simply demonstrates that the ANC was caught slumbering when it comes to the issues of road infrastructure. One, or perhaps critics, or in fact pessimists, will argue that in fact the government of the past, Professor Nkwana, they said the apartheid government was doing much better quality roads than the recent government. Is it true? I do not know. The central problem in this paper, colleagues, is not climate change, it's not flooding. The central problem is the management of the aftermath of climate change or disaster. That is the central problem. We need rain, of course. But are we prepared? Do we have necessary mechanisms and strategies to deal with the flow of water or the flooding? Climate change is not a problem. The problem is, are we prepared? We need more rain as much as possible. But for that rain, it should be managed. To demonstrate that we are not even prepared, we react after the disaster has hit various villages in Limpopo province. However, the poor governance of the ANC-led government worsened the inadequate road infrastructure maintenance. Thus, the status of poor roads and bridges were exposed by the recent climate change in terms of flooding due to the neglect of the ANC-led government. Part of the challenges exposed by the recent flooding is that the government of the ANC was caught slumbering, like I said, not even proactive, and therefore being reactive towards the provincial calamity of flooding. I repeat, a problem is not climate change. The problem is the adaptation and the preparedness on how to deal with the aftermath of climate change. The key question is that, to what extent did the infrastructure neglect and the governance challenges contribute, or perhaps contributed to the severity of road infrastructure? It was worse. It was very worse. Because people could not go to school. It destroyed different livelihood diversification strategies. So people were even struggling with regard to the issues of transport. The transport bear the brunt of this climate change in terms of road infrastructure because the roads were damaged. Guys, you could see with your eyes, every village, the tar road were washed away, the villages, the gravel roads, it was just a mess in the rural areas. There's a project called Dikherekhere. People in the villages program director, they simply want quality, proper services. You do it and then it lasts for the longest of time. I normally say, colleagues, that cheap things are very expensive, Professor Ngwan, because we have to keep, you have to maintain them time and again. You spend money to patch the potholes and, reconstruct the roads. That is very expensive. Cheap things are very expensive. But once you do quality and proper, once you deliver proper services, I think that will last for the longest of time. So the existing problems in Limpopo province, one of them is aging road networks. That is why you see these potholes, because it's been a while since they've been constructed. But another challenge that we currently face, Program Director, is when there is a pothole, the government takes time to respond or to fix the potholes. That leads to the, or perhaps that talks to the broken windows theory, that when we leave things, when there is a small broken window, if it's broken like small, and then you leave it like that, it grows to a bigger picture. That is a broken windows theory. So when we leave the aging road infrastructure without maintenance, that is where we are going to have serious problems. So there is poor drainage systems. Hence I was saying that we are not prepared. In countries such as Dubai, for instance, they sometimes do what you call cloud seedling. Dr. Masenya. They tamper with the clouds there and it heavily rains. And one of the things that they've realized that they did not have a proper drainage systems, just like in South Africa and in most of the local municipalities in towns and cities. The drainage system is very poor or is not even maintained. Currently, we have got a delayed road maintenance. Like I was saying, that they take time to come and fix our roads, damaged bridges, and which are normally affected by, which are normally experienced by those in rural areas. So these are some of the examples that we had in the recent past from last year, colleagues. So this is just an example. You see, it was very bad. This takes me to a point, at some stage, that in a village, I forgot the name of the village in Venda, that side of Makado. It was very bad, to a point where people were using the water pipe to cross the bridge. I found it very unpalatable. It's unfortunate in this era that the community can use a water pipe as a means of commuting in the current epoch of democratic dispensation. Climate change, I repeat, is not a problem. The problem is that we are not ready to deal with the aftermath of climate change. We normally react to the challenges. So, but we have got governance issues in Limpopo Province Program Director. One of them is maintenance backlogs, budget constraints. They will tell you that you don't have budget to fix whatever road, which is a problem. Weak infrastructure planning, procurement inefficiencies, and slow disaster preparedness. This is just a tautology of what I've been saying. In fact, I wrapped my presentation in 1 minute because these things I spoke about these issues. Now, the effects of climate change or flooding on socio-economic impacts are the following. There is a loss of livelihoods, especially for the small micro enterprises and those who are involved in farming, increased transport costs, interrupted education. There was a point where they needed a helicopter somewhere. You see, it's a problem. Damage to local businesses. Oh, thank you, Program Director. I am 2 minutes, I'm done. So, these are some of the areas of improvement that the ANC-led government should undertake. They should do a routine infrastructure inspections. Do they do that? How often do they do it? Especially in the villages, because those are the people that are mostly affected by climate change. Do they do that? Instead of focusing mostly in towns and cities, do they go to rural areas? Now they are busy going up and down, and hey, it's a problem because we are nearing the elections in November. So the areas of improvement is that the ANC-led government must have better disaster risk management, climate change adaptation in infrastructure planning. Program Director, this is my last slide. These are the recommendations that we have in the paper. One, that we must invest in resilient quality roads, colleagues, and strengthen local government capacity, especially the municipalities, because the normal cry to say we don't have money to construct whatever road. What people need on the ground is not strategies, it's just quality and proper services. In fact, I will suggest that this type of research should be action research. In a sense that if a bridge is washed away, it doesn't need for you, Ranzori, to document literature. It needs fast and immediate solutions on the ground. I therefore propose that we should have what we call an action research as a way of intervening to deal with the issues of the aftermath of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Can we please have a round of questions and comments? Questions and comments? Questions and comments. There's no way there cannot be one. Okay, there is one hand there. Please introduce yourself and then give us a question. I don't know where the other mic is. You can just please try to raise up your voice. Oh, and there's another one by Mr. Gavi. I also have one. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I think the topic, as you say, maybe like you try to defend, you said ANC government is not an issue to me, but my issue was to say your research should be able to guide. Not all ANC government have got the challenge, the way you say it. All government, particularly Limpopo Road, some areas are not under ANC. There are a lot of, what do you call, coalition in local government in particular. And the other issue is the issue that you raised. The topic deals with issues around governance, as the latter speaker, the former speaker indicated. And there was one issue which I thought you will also touch, the issue around corruption, inefficiencies, and the processes that affect some of these poor road conditions. Because, as you say, I like the statement, poor road infrastructure or less quality job is more expensive than quality job, because quality job you'll only repair after a long time. Because I know for a fact, if you build a house or any other infrastructure, the lifespan should be more than 20 to 40 years. That's where you're going to have a structural integrity of that particular house. But in this case, I think to some extent, part of your discussions revolves on that issue of the processes and also the governance matter. So that is my comment, and also trying to check, why do you choose the topic in particular without being specific? Because if you push for action research, that topic must be specific to Polokwane municipality, Limpopo province, or Moalakwena municipality, something of that nature, so that it could be action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you respond, Mr. Slelo, please also filter in the issue of are these problems a result of poor planning or responsiveness by the government? Thank you very much. In less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, in less than 2 minutes. One, the question raised by the gentleman at the back regarding the governance, failures and climate change, perhaps just to say, how do they talk to one another? And I will also talk to the issue of corruption by Mr. Khan. The central point here is that we have the government that is responsive to the disaster. They are failing because, to the layman's mind and thought on the ground, they see it as a failure because there is this perpetual increase of, poor road infrastructure. Part of the problems, hence, when I talk about governance failures, is that we normally build the roads that are, not normally, but sometimes the construction of the roads are substandards. They're of a poor quality, which leads to where's the money? Sometimes they will advertise a tender and then people get a tender, but they do something else. Then the other money, we don't know where it goes. That's governance failures. I agree with Kavi that I should refine my title to a specific local municipality. So here broadly I was looking at the ANC as a broad. I understand that there are in coalitions, but most of the municipalities in Limpopo province are ANC-led government. Hence I was saying that there might be that question to say, why did you focus on the ANC-led government whilst we have these coalitions? So it's because most of the municipalities are led by the ANC. But however, I would take positively the comment made by Gavi there to say I should actually refine the topic to be in a certain local municipality. Yeah, something like that. Poor planning. These challenges, Dr. Masenya, they can be as a result of this poor road infrastructure. They can be as a result of poor planning by the government of the day. The reason why I'm saying is because of poor planning is because they react towards the aftermath of disaster, which simply shows that they did not plan for that disaster. So it's a lack of planning and anticipation by the government of the day. 2 minutes is done.
Come back. We've got to. Please do not give me a preface. A question straight to a question. Be as short as you can be. I will take your hand. More. There is a hand at the back. 1, 2, 3, 4 in that or 5. Please be as short as you can be, please.
Good day, everyone. Mr. Silelo, I have a question for you. So you have been saying that the problem is not climate change, it's the government, which is ANC. So my question is that, do you have recommendations, strategies, or maybe I can say advice that you can give to the ANC on how they can deal with whatever that is happening or with the road? And can you please mention those strategies or recommendations? Thank you.
I had a similar one. Thank you very much for raising it.
Good day.
Who are you? Please tell us your name.
My name is Kamorelo Mako. My question is that your presentation reminded me of a guest from Tobela FM who argued that the relationship between the public and the private sector is not efficient, is not effective, and is not sustainable in implementing infrastructure projects. So my question is that, do you think that is it good for the government to give out or to advertise tenders in response to building infrastructure, or is it proper for them to use those funds to build themselves the infrastructure? Thank you.
Asking about deviation. Prof.
Good afternoon. I'm Professor Majola. I just have one question, Ernest. The issue is still on the topic. On the topic, you only mentioned ANC, but when you were, presenting, you said ANC-led government. I think that is very, very important, to reflect, in the topic, so that we are talking about an ANC-led government. Remember, if you have mentioned a political party, you need to also interrogate their policies. What is coming to my mind, like right now, is their specific policies, is the budget allocation, and also the deployment strategies of that organization. Remember, the speaker there mentioned, raised a point of government, the difference between a government and a political party. Now you have directed us to a political party. Another issue is that you also need to make your study or your topic not sound like an opinion piece, if I may put it that way. When you are conducting your study, you also need to establish the theoretical lenses, by choosing the right theories, such as the state capacity, the dominant party syndrome, and patronage politics, municipal administration. I think you did mention that. I think if you can, clarify what you're going to do about that, then I think your study will be successful.
Prof. Mashamaid, sure. 30 seconds. I guess, Prof. Majola, you also were just recommendations for improvement, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Mojaji Rangwatu, Capricorn District Municipality under Environmental Management. I don't know what mine are, whether there are questions, comments, or inputs. But I think when I was listening to your topic, I'm sorry if maybe I may not use the right choice of words, but I think maybe in my thoughts, I think it was like all over the place. Like you are concentrating on ANC but somewhere you say the problem is not climate change, is adaptation and preparedness. So I would say please choose your struggle and like what is it that you really want to address in your study. And the other thing, when I'm concentrating on the problem is adaptation and preparedness, unfortunately I did not see your study, but in your literature, did you go and check what strategies are available? And then do they talk to the problem? Do they talk to the quality of the roads? Are they addressing climate resilient roads? And then what is it that you see on the ground? And then you also mentioned that the data you were using, like you were concentrating also on the previous year, but I also do some work in climate change. I'm not an academic, but in the work that I do, I've noticed that in Polokwane municipality, the floods have been reduced. And then I did not know the reason, but I think in the previous 3-4 years, we haven't had any floods within the Polokwane area. But when I went to check, I noticed that Polokwane has started doing flood management, and I think it's working. And then did you also include that in your study, that some municipalities are really doing something? Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to put forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Slelo, for the insightful presentation. In the same vein with the previous speakers, I think it would have been better if you contextualized your study, maybe to a specific municipality, so that you, what you find in literature, then you link it to practice, what municipalities are doing in terms of the strategies that they have, so that you can be able to identify what is really the problem in that particular municipality. So it would have been better if you contextualized your study to a specific municipality. And also you mentioned that one of the problem is poor infrastructure. So I wanted to check if you checked whether the problem was the contractors, or what is really the problem in terms of that poor infrastructure. So those are the things that I wanted to put through. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Slelo. Less than 1 minute, please.
No, thanks very much, Program Director. Number one, Chikota, recommendations are here. I'm given 30 seconds to complete. These are the recommendations, Madam Chikota. And then, Marco, the tenders are, whether the government should build the roads or the tenders. This is my view, right? I think the tenders are fine, but when the tenders should have something called a quality criterion, to say for us to have said we have built a proper road, this is the quality that we should have followed, and then they should go back in, something like that. So, but I think if government is to build the thing, there will be a lot of corruption there. Even in entrepreneurship, there is corruption, but in government, I think it will be worse. Adaptation, Prof. Majola, I take your comments into considerations. I think I'll work on them. Yes, they're very, very critical. Adaptation and preparedness, Capricorn District. This is, I said, the problem is not climate change, and I repeat, the problem is the lack of preparedness by the ANC-led government to say, are we prepared if the disaster hit us? Are we prepared to deal with that? Are we climate change, no problem, rain must come, but are we prepared to do the drainage systems and everything? I think that is the central point of the or argument of the paper. Poor road infrastructure, Prof. Mashamaite, is it the contractors or what? Again, it takes me to the question of quality. You know, when you deal with human, you must understand that human beings are very complex beings in the world. So the problem, Mashamaite, I think here is just poor quality materials that are used in terms of constructing the road. But however, the overall comments that were made on the floor that I should contextualize my study, I will do that. Thank you very much, and improve on it and put the theoretical frameworks and all those other aspects. Colleagues, thank you very much for your questions.
Thanks very much. I'm told that the next speaker is presenting online. Are we ready? Are we ready, or should I call the other person?
Much and improve on it and put the theoretical frameworks and all those other aspects. Colleagues, thank you very much for your questions.
Okay. Hello everyone,
very much.
can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Can I just introduce you before you can proceed? Presenting online. Are we ready?
Okay.
Sabotage. Are we ready?
Hello.
Hi, are you able to hear us?
I just tried to share my screen quickly.
Are you able to hear us? Can you just kindly confirm if you are able to hear us?
It's not working.
Alu, I say, are you able to hear us?
Set up very quickly. Sorry, just give me a second. Right. Technology.
Olua, say, are you able to hear us? Please confirm if you are able to hear us from our end.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can I
Can
go
you hear?
ahead?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can I take the next speaker?
Okay, can you hear me?
Is it
Oh
fine?
my gosh.
Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Hello everyone, please can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I just announce you before you start
So
with
I
your
can go
presentation?
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead. So good.
Our next presenter is Aluwasei from the University of Western Cape. The title is Leaving No One Behind in the Climate Adaptation, an Analysis of Germany and Nigeria's 2025 VNRs. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. You've got 10 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions.
So good afternoon everyone. My name is Oluwaseyi Agbola and I'm a master's student in development studies at the University of the Western Cape. So my paper today is titled Leaving No One Behind in Climate Adaptation, an analysis of Germany and Nigeria's 2025 voluntary national reviews. For context, voluntary national reviews are submitted by government of states to assess progress and challenges towards the implementation of the SDGs. Okay. Furthermore, we understand that the SDGs are committed to certain goals. The first is that it should be universally applicable, hence why this study is examining what this looks like in a developed context and also in a developing context. Secondly, the SDGs are committed to reaching the furthest behind first, and this means that it seeks to prioritize people who are most marginalized. Lastly, which is also a key focus of this study, it aims to leave no one behind, and this means prioritizing protecting vulnerable populations, usually found in developing countries, such as Nigeria. According to the UNDP, there are 5 key reasons why people are left behind. This includes discrimination, geography, governance, socio-economic status, and the shocks and fragility caused by conflict and climate change. This study is focusing on 2 of these factors. The first is governance, and this is because when people are left behind in development, it is linked to the lack of equitable or accountable institutions, governance institutions. Secondly, the study is focusing on the shocks and fragility caused by climate change because climate change is recognized as a negative shock that pushes vulnerable populations further into poverty and negatively impacts their climate adaptation strategies. Now, this is what we know this already. We know this from studies and reports and data. That first of all, the global north has high historical emissions, but they also have an high adaptive capability, including financial and technological power to adapt to climate change. On the other hand, we know that the global south countries have low historical emissions, but they are highly vulnerable to climate change and they have low adaptive capability. We also know that $365 billion is estimated to be needed annually to adapt to climate change. However, currently, global south countries only receive about $26 billion for climate adaptation. Hence why the central research question for this study is to explore how the social spatial context of a high capacity state, Germany, and an high vulnerability state, Nigeria, shape their operationalization of the Leave No One Behind agenda and climate adaptation in general. The methodology for this study was qualitative, and it included a primary analysis of the voluntary national reviews of both Germany and Nigeria, as well as other supporting national strategies and policies, including the Nigeria's Agenda 2050, Germany's 2024 adaptation strategy, and other literature as needed. An inductive thematic content analysis was done to explore what the recurring themes are, and those themes have then shaped the study. The theoretical framework used is the multi-level governance framework. And this was used because it helps to understand how global governance and global policies are translated up from first supranational levels with United Nations framework, European Union policies, as well as how international funds, such as countries' contribution to climate adaptation, flow from the supranational level to national levels with federal government, to sub-national levels with regional government or provinces, and ultimately to grassroots communities where climate adaptation and the Leave No One Behind agenda is ultimately actualized. There are certain similarities that have been observed in the climate adaptation language of Germany and Nigeria. Unfortunately, the slide is a little warped, but this includes the whole of government approach. Germany and Nigeria both use a federal system of government, which means there's federal, state, and local tiers of government, and they emphasize that these 3 tiers of government, alongside all agencies, ministries should work hand in hand to ensure that climate adaptation leaves no one behind. Similarly, they emphasize a whole of society participation, which means that all members of society, including young people, academia, businesses, should be involved in this process. As reiterated severally, they also have a commitment to leave no one behind in the implementation. And they also recognize that climate and social justice are interconnected. Finally, they both also recognize vulnerable populations, including women, children, indigenous people, the urban poor, and also LGBTIA plus community members. However, where both countries focus diverse is first that whilst Nigeria focuses on ensuring that no Nigerian is left behind in climate adaptation, Germany, in addition to their own domestic climate adaptation efforts, assumed the international responsibility to provide funding and technical support to other developing countries such as Nigeria. Now, when the voluntary national reviews of both countries were further emphasized, these were the 4 key themes that were reoccurring, and they will be discussed below. The first is localization as a tool for transformation. Both VNRs emphasize, and both climate adaptation strategies emphasize, that it is important to adapt plans to their local context. In Germany, this is done through their administrative frameworks, and it is integrated into their urban planning and disaster management. However, we find that even in this high capacity developed country, smaller rural municipalities also face resource constraints. Similarly, in Nigeria, there is weak policy implementation, and adaptation is often grassroots-led rather than by the government, by individuals who create their own informal strategies to adapt. Secondly, we see that there is an intersection between leaving no one behind and climate resilience. And this is because there's a recognition that climate adaptation needs to emphasize and address social equity and the socio-economic drivers of vulnerability. For Germany, this means creating a social monetary system to ensure climate protection for all members of society, but also to ensure that their own adaptation strategies do not create social injustices in the global south. In contrast, Nigeria's focus on climate resilience similarly focus on social equity and emphasizes just transition, but there is a critical paradox where the process of just transition and global net zero mandate would mean leaving 41 million workers behind, as we understand that the Nigeria economy is primarily sustained on the production of fossil fuels, and a transition into being net zero would mean leaving 41 million workers without employment. Thirdly, we see that there is data-driven governance, where both governments use the data available to track who is most vulnerable. As expected for a developed country, Germany has a robust national system and a federal statistical office to track their progress and their gaps. On the flip side, in Nigeria, there are significant data gaps, particularly at local levels, and this means that those who are most vulnerable are not even counted in those statistics and are invisible to policymakers. This also makes it easier for local elites to divert funding away from climate adaptation. Lastly, we see that there is a theme of transnational accountability and partnership. This means that while there is a broad ambition to leave no one behind, there is a similar focus on leaving no country behind and a specific focus on vulnerable countries and vulnerable communities in developing countries. For example, in Germany, there is a supply chain due diligence act that aims to ensure that there is no negative spillover in their trade to partner countries, particularly developing countries. But what studies have found on this intersection is that for businesses and corporations, rather than choosing to comply with this act, they instead choose to not do businesses with those countries so they do not have to adjust their regulations. In Nigeria, we see that transnational partnerships occur with partnerships with the German Development GIZ and programs such as the Nigerian Energy Support Program that aims to help Nigeria transition to clean energy, with over 30 billion euros funding this, but also peer-to-peer learning with voluntary national reviews being held with partners from the Global North and the Global South. Based on these 4 themes and what we have seen so far, the study then finds that a critical problem in Nigeria is that people are being structurally left behind. And there are 3 key factors that are responsible for this. The first is the local governance gap. Nigeria has a Climate Change Act, which in itself mentions ministries, agencies, federal government, state government, but leaves local government.
Thank you very much. Can you just wrap up in less than a minute?
Thank you very much. The second problem is the risk of maladaptation, where focusing on technology and modernization ignores other socio-economic drivers of vulnerability. Lastly, as expected, there are themes of elite capture and neocolonialism, where simply copy and pasting principles from the global north because they provide financial support can lead to people being structurally left behind. Finally, the study then recommends 3 key restructuring that can help to improve climate adaptation and ensure that no one is left behind. The first is to ensure that local governments themselves create local climate adaptation plans and that there is a provision of federal to local funding that ensures that the bottlenecks that are involved in governance structures are reduced. The second is, while there's a need for climate adaptation to focus on technological advancement, there's also a need to focus on the socio-economic factors such as gender inequity and the vulnerability of the informal sector. And finally, the study recommends that rather than defining local data using data sets that are incomplete and inaccurate to guide adaptation efforts, building local data capacity at local levels should be a critical defining process of climate adaptation efforts. And with that, I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Do we've got questions, comments in less than 2 minutes? 2 minutes for questions and comments. Questions? Comments? Silence calls for consent. Okay. Please, no preface, just a question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm commenting so that there's someone who's commenting on the presentation. So I'd like to thank the presenter for an insightful information. So, but what I want to check, you were mentioning that there is like maybe gaps in data at the local spheres of government, mostly in the Nigeria one. So I want to check, did the local spheres of government in Nigeria also compiled their voluntary reviews, or it's only the national government? And if they also compiled, were they like integrated into the national one? Thank you.
You can just respond in less than 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Now, not local government, but states in Nigeria are encouraged to submit voluntary local reviews. And from my research, the only state that I know that submitted a voluntary local review was Lagos State. But also this points back to the problem whereby Lagos State in itself has over 20 million residents, and a voluntary local review of that grand scale cannot possibly fully comprehend the local realities. And hence why this is one of the key recommendations, to ensure that there are smaller voluntary local reviews at local grassroots communities themselves.
Thank you very much. You okay? Are we done? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We can now move on to the next speaker, who's Matimu, together with Elvis Nkwana. They'll be presenting a paper on an analysis of gender mainstreaming and social inclusion in climate change management initiatives in 8 African countries. Thank you very much. Ms. Matimu, can you please ascend the stage? Please give a round of applause. Prof, do what professors do. 10 minutes. Thank you.
To the session chair, our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, doctors and professors, students, ladies and gentlemen, the House at large, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Matimu and my surname is Maluleke. I am together with Professor Elvis Nkwana. We are co-presenting to you a study that we have titled The Analysis of Gender Mainstreaming and Social Inclusion in Climate Change Management Initiatives in 8 African countries. Allow me to refresh your memories that indeed the climate change has negatively affected and impacted both rich and the poor African countries. And on the other hand, where you find that the rich countries are able to survive, they have resources, they're able to use the available opportunities to protect themselves and to survive the climate change. While on the other hand, you find that we have the poor African countries who remain vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And in this case, you find that the marginalized groups are the more affected ones in the poor African countries. This is where you find that in the marginalized groups, we are talking about women, we are talking about the youth, we are talking about children and people living with disabilities. The picture on the screen, it illustrates to you how climate change has affected the marginalized groups, especially in poor African countries, where you find that in the past, plus 150 years back, industries have been cooking oil, they've been cooking coal, and they've been polluting the environment. Those activities which were interpreted to contribute towards the improvement of the economy have thus built up to these crises that we are faced with, which is called climate change, where the marginalized groups, they struggle. They are the ones who are suffering at most compared to the ones who have caused the problems. The marginalized groups, they have little contribution in the climate change that we are experiencing now compared to the industries that we have promoted to, have contributed to the growth of our economy. That's the problem that we have identified in this study, that the marginalized groups, they are excluded when it comes to decision making. The patriarchal systems continue to limit the participation of the marginalized groups. The youth, the civil society, they don't have a voice. And the voice in this regard is them trying to show that the oil that is being released by particular industries, they are polluting the water that they are drinking. The smoke that is released by particular industries, they are polluting the air. And as the marginalized groups, and it's unfortunate that they are not heard. Thus, we had a question that we had to address to say, then how can gender mainstreaming and social inclusion influence climate change management across the
selected African countries. Therefore, the aim is to examine the gender mainstreaming and social inclusion climate change management initiatives. And the objective, therefore, we are investigating various barriers that are prohibiting participation of the marginalized groups. And also, we are trying to assess the opportunities of digital activism and explore the role of civil society in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, climate change exacerbates gender inequality, where you find that women, they are subjected to now continue fetching for firewood, especially in rural areas. If they were to fetch firewood and water at a closer proximity from where they stay, it will be better. But due to climate change, there's drought everywhere. There is no more wood for them to fetch. They have to go further. The distance that they used to travel before, it has extended compared to the same with fetching water. South Africa and other African countries have registered an increasing rate of women who are murdered in the bush trying to fetch firewood, women who are raped when they go to try and fetch water. A family of 6 siblings, they no longer have a mother because she was trying to go and fetch firewood from the deepest of the forest where she could get the woods. That's the effects of climate change in that regard. And again, climate change does affect the health of women, their livelihoods and their well-being. And this is all because they don't have access to resources. They don't have powers to make decisions in that regard. And this is where we venture in the idea of gender mainstreaming, because it allows all the groups of society to participate in decision making. Their voices get to be heard. And this brings us to the issue of climate justice, where you find that those who are suffering and they are not the contributors to climate change, they are somehow listened to and assisted, and assistance is brought to them, and those who contribute to these activities which lead to climate change, they are treated differently. Now, this study is based on climate change, climate justice framework. The climate justice framework advocates that those who do not contribute in activities which have a hand in climate change are excused, are protected, they have an aid to them in that way. I will not go to it due to time. I'll shoot straight to the methodology where our study, yes, Professor Nkwana will take forward from the methodology going into the findings. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. I'm just going to present the methodology and the results and everything using this map quickly. We are left with how many minutes? 4 minutes. So good, thank you. So what we did was that we were working with an organization called the Pan-Africanist Climate Justice Network, PACJA. They are based in Kenya, but they have offices all over the country, all over the continent, in most countries on the continent. And so what we did, we sent out a self-completed, emailed interview guide with about 30-something questions, almost 40 questions, to key leads, like key informers in this that work for NGOs in these countries. So we sent to Senegal, to Burkina Faso, to Nigeria, to Ethiopia, to Somalia, to Kenya, to Mozambique, and to South Africa. So if you could see, this is Sub-Saharan Africa, but it is represented on the east, on the west, and in the south. So what happened, this is the takeaway message. This is very important. Take, for example, a country like Somalia. You know, in Somalia, the government there is not functional. You know, so this is a problem. Because where the government is not functional, it means you cannot create policies that support women. You know, these people every day in Somalia, they are thinking about, they are ducking bombs, you know, they are ducking and diving guns and bombs. They are thinking about their next meal. And in that kind of a situation, women become very, very vulnerable. They are exploited. In fact, to a level where they don't even have rights, you know. So, and then you go to a country, maybe that's a little bit better. For example, the previous speaker was talking about Nigeria. I'm coming back to South Africa, I'm giving you examples. In Nigeria is better. You know, although there is a little bit of limited amount of participation of women in climate change adaptation initiatives, because even the country itself struggles with those. So, and then you come to South Africa. South Africa is a highly developed country on the African continent. And then you begin to see the difference. You know, in South Africa, you have many policies that are aimed at empowering women. You know, you have many women in parliament, you have affirmative action, you have preferential procurement, you have the Ministry for Women, you have all of these things. Because why? Because the country is stable. So the message you are saying is that in a country where there's infighting, where there's civil war, you know, where people are fighting with guns, fighting each other, you will not have policies that support women. Women will be in the worst position in those countries. In South Africa, we know we are a democracy. So for you to empower your women, for them to participate in climate change initiatives, you need to have a stable government, you need to have a democracy, you need to have laws, you need to have the judiciary, you need to have checks and balances. If you don't have those, in most African countries, they are there, but they are limited. South Africa remains an example. Even here, we're still struggling with the issues of involving women in these climate change issues. But in other African countries, it's worse. And what are our recommendations? And before I move to our recommendations, is that patriarchy, you know, one of the problems of involving women in decision making is the issue of patriarchy, male patriarchy. Is because it is patriarchy is cultivated by two things mainly, by culture and by religion. By culture and by religion. So imagine a country, for example, like Burkina Faso, Senegal, Nigeria, where you have a lot of Muslims and Christians, you know, and they have this very biased or skewed interpretation of their holy scriptures, where their holy scriptures, they say that no, a woman must, yeah, I'm done, 30 seconds, I'm done. Where they say that a woman, you know, must always be what, supportive of the man, blah, blah. That is the religion. But also the culture, you know, where they say, no, a boy child. A boy child is better than a girl child, you know. And this is a problem across all African countries, including South Africa. You know, because our lead in South Africa told us, these are some of the problems we're experiencing. You know, so yeah, that is the take-home message. Thank you very much for giving us your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can we have a 3 minutes Q&A? And as and when you ask, please shoot straight to the point. Questions? Honor students, just because they are your lecturers, you're not going to ask them. Thank you, Prof. Just a question, as short as you can be. Normally, as comrades, we say short like a miniskirt. Please.
Is to ask the authors of the paper as to whether they have sent the interview guides to those respective countries, and they expect them to send the answers back to them. I just want to share the experience. I spent 2 months in Tanzania collecting data at different municipalities. Because of the language barrier, they will organize people, you know, to assist me. To tell you the truth, those women were prepared in terms of how to respond to my, you know, study there. It was shocking. Patriarchy is rife in these African countries. So I'm not sure if we are going to get what we are expecting, especially when it comes to your study involves women. I'm not sure. But that is my experience. Please have some, you know, ways of checking if it's the women that really responded to those interview guides. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, no, thank you, Prof. Yeah, no. That is an eye-opening experience working with these African countries. And I agree with you, patriarchy, it's rife. You know, it is informed by religion and by culture. You can imagine these two coming together, you know, to reinforce patriarchy. No. We used our leads, our country leads. As PACJA, the Pan-Africanist Climate Justice Network, we have organizations in each of these countries. We did not interview any women. We interviewed the key informants, the guys that work for the NGOs. So we do not interview the women directly. We interviewed these guys that work for the NGOs. So we sent out the questionnaire to them. That's why it was via email. These are people that we always work with. And then for the Francophone countries, it was translated. You know, it was translated to French and then retranslated back to English. So I think that is the limitation of the study. You are right. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Yes. By virtues and powers vested in me, I'm told that it has been a long day. So people need to eat. So I'm then we've got Netengwe, the one that was supposed to present now, will be number 3. And then we'll conclude with Munakis. Are you in the whole Munakis? Okay, thank you. Will be the last one. So the nice part about being the last one is they'll all be tired, so you don't have to worry about questions too much. Are they ready? Mr. Mtlongo. Muyanda, are you able to hear me? Luyanda, are you able to hear me? Please open your mic and speak so that we can see if you are connected. The title of the presentation is a bottom-up approach in informal settlements, upgrading, understanding resilience from informal dwellers' perspective in South Africa. It will be presented by Luyanda Mhlongo from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm just waiting to hear if the presenter is ready to present.
Good day, colleagues.
Are you able to hear me? Mhlongo, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the presentations. There are colleagues here. They are ready to listen to you. Present your manuscript. You've got 10 minutes to present. Your time starts now. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Without wasting any time, colleagues, I'm Luyanda Mhlongo. I have Mr. Mbatsa, who is co-authoring with me in this paper. We are coming from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll just jump straight to my presentation because Chair has already introduced my topic. Can I please check if you can see my slides as I'm moving?
Yes, we are able to see your slides.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, this is simply the structure of my presentation. I will take you, these are the key components of our paper. So I will be taking you through these components. My topic is, in fact, our topic, because I'm co-authoring with someone. So our topic is about the issue that is still existing in South Africa, that is still bothering the planners, policymakers, and other departments. The issue of informal settlements. Informal settlements are still a huge problem in a sense that we have seen many policies post 1994 trying to come up with changes to eliminate the apartheid spatial planning. But irrespective of all those changes and the efforts that we see, but there's still existing gaps. And one major gap that we identified, of which makes this study, of which makes the central argument of the study, is the programs or the initiative for informal for upgrading, mostly being top-down approach instead of bottom-up approach. So the major issue, which extends to what I said in the previous slide, for what we identified as a gap. So the upgrading of informal settlements in South Africa continues to face significant challenges despite existing progressive policies, as I mentioned. Although resilience has become a central objective of informal settlement upgrading, prevailing planning practices remain largely top-down in nature. So upgrading interventions, what we've noted in the existing literature and case examples that I will share as I move forward, is that they tend to prioritize more technical and institutional objective, or rather goals, while overlooking the lived experiences, socio-economic realities, and contextual understanding of resilience held by informal dwellers. Because I'm sure there are academics here who have vast experience, and also researchers. They themselves know that no one has a better understanding than the person who is affected. So that's what we are advocating for in this paper, that there needs to be a change in how informal settlement upgrading is done, or how it's approached. Research gap. So what are the research, what is a major or research gaps that we identified, me and my colleague, Mr. Spacey Lembata, who is joining us online via YouTube platform. So one of the existing analyzing literature. Sorry?
Mklongo, can you please try to change your slides into slideshow and also show your screen?
Oh, okay. Can you now?
Is it fine?
So is it fine now?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, are they looking good now, or I need to alter something a bit?
There is no presentation. Just open up your presentation, and then once you're there, go up to your slideshow, so that when you move along, we can also see what you're presenting.
Okay. Can you now see my screen, colleagues?
No.
Still nothing?
Nothing. Go to your presentation. Share your screen.
On my presentation.
And then you go down to your presentation. You open up your presentation there at the bottom. Then from there, once it's on your screen, you click on it, and then you go to your slideshow, so that as and when you move along, we can able to track as to how far.
Can you now see?
No.
Ooh. Okay.
Did you share your screen?
Yes. Okay.
You start by sharing your screen first.
Okay. I've done that.
Then
now sorry.
You now go to open your
PowerPoint presentation.
Yes. It's fine. It's showing.
Okay.
Just do the slideshow. Click on the slideshow
Okay, I was here. This was my last time, colleague. Sorry about that. Yeah,
It's
can
fine.
you all see my screen now?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
Okay,
you can
perfect.
continue. Thank you.
So, these are some of the existing gaps that we found as we were analyzing literature, existing literature. Is that they still more focus, well, the discussions are more focused on housing delivery, infrastructure provision in informal settlements, climate resilience, and informal settlement upgrading. There's policy implementation and participatory planning approach, the success and limitations of upgrading programs in South Africa. So these are what we call the core things that we found that most literature focuses on. However, there's still limited understanding of how informal dwellers themselves define resilience within their communities, how their lived experiences influence upgrading priorities and outcomes, how meaningful participation contributes to resilient and sustainable informal settlement upgrading. and the basis of our study, or the central argument, is that resilience in informal settlement upgrading cannot be achieved or accomplished without understanding how informal dwellers themselves define resilience and participate meaningfully in decision making. This line basically means that we cannot plan for people without involving them, because they should be considered as primary participants, because such initiatives or programs or projects or whatever development that the government comes up with, it's going to affect them. So they need to be included so that they can contribute meaningfully in the sense that their needs are met. We then conceptualized resilience. So our study, or rather our paper, is guided by 6 key concepts, which assisted us in forming a robust foundation for our study, and which continuously guide our paper. So there's informal settlements, resilience, bottom-up planning approach, community participation, informal dwellers, the lived experiences, and lastly, informal settlement upgrading. So the interaction between these key concepts, lived experiences, bottom-up planning approach, informal settlements, they all collectively demonstrate that resilient upgrading cannot be achieved through technical interventions alone, or only using or relying on information from planners, policymakers, without necessarily involving the primary participants, which are in this context informal dwellers. So they need to be included in the planning processes and decision making. Literature review. What we did for the purpose of this presentation was to categorize our literature into mainly 2 themes, to just to make it short, but it will give you an overall understanding of what we aim to achieve, or what we found in the existing literature. So the existing work demonstrate that informal settlement upgrading has immensely shifted towards participatory and in situ approach to recognize the importance of community involvement and implementation processes. So many scholars have argued that top-planning approaches often fail to address the diverse needs and priorities of informal dwellers, so which often results in unsustainable upgrading outcomes. And I'm sure we have seen and heard about government upgrading initiatives that are being implemented, but in the end, we discover that they do not meet the primary needs of the people for whom such developments are made for. So we regard such development as I don't want to use this word, but meaningless, because they don't help They not help the people, rather it's just a waste of resources. So now team 2 looks into resilience in informal settlements from informal dwellers' perspectives. So what we found in the existing literature is that informal settlements a multi-dimensional phenomenon which encompasses social, economic, environmental, and institutional dimensions. However, resilience is often defined from policy and planning perspective. And I've been constantly saying that. And then there should be a shift from looking at resilience from the perspective of planners, like educated individuals who only come with technical help, but rather do not have actual understanding of what is happening in a particular area. Like they lack understanding of context. I mean, yeah. So that's why we advocate that there need to be involvement of informal dwellers. Yes, we have seen many papers. And if you can go online now, you're going to find a lot of literature which speaks on informal settlement upgrading, but then there's still a gap. There's still an existing gap. The needs of informal dwellers are still not met. So there needs to be a major change on that. So our methodology. So what we did, we strictly used or relied on secondary data. What we did is called content analysis. We just analyzed existing literature because, as I said previously, there's so much work that various scholars and academics globally have done on the issue of informal settlement upgrading, resilience, climate change. So there's so much. So what we did is content analysis with the intention to see how much content advocates for bottom-up approach in informal settlement, or show evidence of the use of bottom-up approach in most projects or initiatives. So that's what we did. Our research design, literature-based study, as I said, and data analysis, thematic literature analysis, and our focus was on resilience and participatory informal settlement upgrading. So with this slide, we intentionally try to show you, colleagues, case examples where for the purpose of this presentation, we decided to go with two, Joslovo and reblocking program in Cape Town. So existing literature demonstrate that resilient informal settlement upgrading is most successful when communities are actively involved in planning and decision-making, in decision-making processes, because why? They are primary participants. So community participation not only improves the social and technical sustainability of upgrading intervention, but also ensures that development outcomes. So in that manner, when informal dwellers are considered or rather involved in all the phases of upgrading projects or initiatives, their needs their needs and priorities are met. So just to jump into this, the case examples from South Africa, I have the Joslovo informal settlement, which illustrate the limitations of relocation led and top-down interventions, while subsequent in-situ upgrading efforts highlighted the value of community engagement in achieving more acceptable outcomes. So likewise, the reblocking program in Cape Town demonstrated how community-led upgrading initiatives can improve infrastructure, reduce environmental risk, strengthen social cohesion, and enhance community resilience. So colleagues, collectively, these two case examples, or rather precedent studies, they show that resilient and sustainable upgrading outcomes are more likely to be achieved when informal dwellers are actively involved in the decision-making processes. So what do we recommend? So what my colleague and I agreed upon is to, and again, this is these recommendations, we formulated them based on what is existing on the ground. So we then came up with these recommendations. So recommendation area, we have recommendation area, a recommendation, and then the implication it might have. So community participation, we recommend that there needs to be an institutionalization of meaningful community participation through the upgrading process, and that will ensure that upgrading interventions reflect the needs and priorities of informal dwellers. Planning approach, which is the most important thing, we advocate that the need bottom-up approach needs to be the main approach, and participatory planning in informal settlement upgrading, and that would promote context-specific and sustainable upgrading outcomes rather than just projects that only use states resources, and instead of meeting the needs of the affected groups. At that place, we have decision making, and the recommendation is to recognize informal dwellers as active stakeholders and co-producers of resilience. Number 4, with policy and governance, our recommendation is that they need to strengthen partnerships between municipalities, communities, and relevant stakeholders. Relevant stakeholders could be private partnerships, because in the present day, most of the projects are done by PPPs, public-private partnerships. So lastly, resilience planning. So allow me to conclude our work, colleagues. Our study have demonstrated that resilience in informal settlements can't be achieved through technical and infrastructure-led interventions alone. There needs to be sort of a multi-dimensional and context-specific concept that must be informed by the lived experiences, priorities, and aspirations of informal dwellers. And the study further demonstrate that bottom-up and participatory planning approaches are essential for achieving and sustainable upgrading outcomes. And that is the end of our presentations, colleagues. I don't want to take up more time. Allow me to wrap it up. And these are our references.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Let's allocate him 3 minutes for questions and comments. Please have something to jot them down, and then as and when they are done, you can respond. Any questions? Questions, comments? There is one at the back. Where can you please assist with the mic? No, please switch on the mic so that he can be able to hear you. No.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. Just pardon me. I'm not from the development and planning department, so I might be a bit off. It seems like we allow people to settle wherever they want, so that we can relocate them later. What is the law saying about this? Someone earlier said there is an issue of 74 hours, whereby if they settle, government has 74 hours to move them. It means for some reason officially, now they become a government's problem. So what is the law saying about that? Just clarify for me. Thank you.
You can now respond.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can speak.
Hey, that was a that was a good question. You did not divert in any way. So what does what does the law says? I think you were touching on it's another issue that is it's a pressing it's rather a pressing issue and urban planning, the issue of land invasion. I think there's this now what do you call this? Okay, people know their rights. Let me just start there. People know their rights. They know exactly that when they invade land and occupy it until a certain duration, they know exactly that the government authorities won't be permitted to relocate them or move them because they will be regarded as homeless. So they use that as a strategy. And I like what you said that I think the first line you said they when they do that they become a government problem, of which is true because they identify well rather they look for land that are not occupied and then they occupy such land and then and remain there or stay there for until a certain duration and then once government authorities recognize that oh there's a certain group of people occupying a certain portion of land and then they only find that they are late to remove them and they can only provide housing for them because even our policies on the constitution state that everyone has a right to housing. So I'm hoping I was able to respond to your question.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause for the wonderful presentation, please? Mr. Mhlongo, thank you for gracing ourselves with the presentation. We hope next year you will come through. Next time you will be in person so that we can see your face. That being said, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the next one, which is also online. Is she ready? The presentation will be by Tseke Mashadi. She will be presenting about community building resilience through climate change adaptation in South African municipal planning. Is she ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you hear me?
Yes, that's nice. Good afternoon. You are welcome. Please feed us with what you have. We've got 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. The floor is yours. Are you?
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Mashadi Mekitseke as introduced and I'll be presenting a paper titled Building Community Resilience Through Climate Change Adaptation in South African Municipal Planning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Please
Can you hear me?
continue. Continue. We are able to hear you very well.
Okay, let me share my screen. One moment. Okay, without any waste of time, this is the structure of my presentation, of which I'm not going to go through it due to time. Therefore, getting into content, let me start by saying climate change is not a recent issue, but a global challenge that has been around for decades, and it manifests through several aspects such as altering rainfall pattern, extreme temperature, as well as unstable weather event. All these challenges poses a threat to livelihood, infrastructure, and ecosystem as a whole. And our country, being known for its rich biodiversity, is not spare among these challenges. And the country is currently battling with pollution, illegal dumping, as well as biodiversity loss. Unfortunately, all these challenges are extremely felt at the local level, where the community rely on local government to plan for and respond to climate risk, as they do not have the means to adapt themselves. Therefore, and in this case, community resilience, known as a community capacity to self-organize and adapt, serve as a critical pillar for climate adaptation, as resilient communities are able to act as first responder during disaster while awaiting institutional support. Given the ongoing global instability as well as projection indicating that the country will face an extreme weather event that are likely to continue by the year 2050, it shows that the climate change is nowhere near the end. Therefore, what we need to do is just come up with a measure in order to be able to adapt. Amid realizing this problem, the country has made means to come up with planning instruments such as disaster management plans, integrated development plan, special development framework, as well as LUMA to address climate-related issues. Even though with the comprehensive policy, our municipalities will continue to integrate climate resilience into their planning processes. Therefore, the problem in this case is that despite the policy, extensive policy that the country has, our municipalities still continue to experience severe climate changes, such as increasing flood, drought, as well as heat wave. Therefore, implementation remain a challenge, with adaptation only remaining fragmented, under-resourced, and reactive, while as municipalities still have problems that they prioritize, such as immediate service delivery, and they overlook the issue of climate change. Therefore, they in turn struggle to translate those national climate policy into practice and local practices and local adaptation strategies that can strengthen community resilience. Sorry? Hello?
No, it's fine. Continue.
Okay, the aim of the study was to examine how can municipal planning be leveraged to strengthen community resilience as a central component of climate adaptation, with question guiding the study being how can South African municipal planning strengthen community resilience through climate change adaptation, as well as the barriers hindering the effective integration of climate adaptation, as well as the strategies that can be adopted to promote proactive community resilience building. The study is guided through the resilient theory, which offers lenses of understanding how municipality can sustain their livelihood amid escalating climate risk. The theory positions community as active agents capable of shaping the adaptive pathway and bringing forth that resilience cannot be achieved through physical protection only, by the strategic use of local resources to anticipate, absorb, and recover from shock. Therefore, the theory further encourages for multiple establishment systems, such as water source diversification, energy system, as well as other income generating streams, to ensure that even if one system fails, others continue to operate. Amid realizing the climate change as a problem, the country has adopted several policies in trying to address this issue. The policy include the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which guarantee every citizen an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being, as well as NEMA by advocating for strengthening community well-being, as well as empowerment by promoting environmental education and public awareness. And Section 25 and 27 of the Climate Change Act require the municipality to promote resilient integrated climate consideration into planning, budgeting, and implementation. And the SPLUMA require municipalities to incorporate climate consideration into land use planning and infrastructure development. Further, Disaster Management Act are providing mechanism for disaster risk reduction through preparedness planning and early warning system. Coming on the first question, guiding the study is highlight that the municipality at the local level serve as an operational interface through which national climate policies are translated into local intervention, with municipal system act placing the municipality as key agent of climate adaptation in community level by promoting sustainable development. Recent climate-related disasters such as floods, wildfire, heat wave, and a drought that has happened across the country has indicated a significant weakness in the municipal preparedness and response system. Further, with Auditor General highlighting that only 40% of municipal websites show little to no information in related to disaster preparedness and warning system, undermining effective risk communication and community awareness climate adaptation. However, despite these challenges, several municipalities have demonstrated a successful integration of climate adaptation, such as eThekwini Municipal Climate Protection and Namakwa by adopting a participatory rural approach appraiser, which enabled the community to co-develop climate resilient livelihood, including drought tolerance livestock, and locally Musina as well as Sikukune promoted smart agriculture and rainwater harvesting to strengthen resilience at both household and community level. Internationally, we can see that Kenya has participatory scenario planning, which is collaboration between local municipality and community by utilizing seasonal forecasts to develop climate resilience, as well as Niger with Climate Adaptation Action Plan. We support locally led initiatives such as improve seed variety, tree planting, as well as diversify income generating income. Collectively, this example demonstrates that climate adaptation is more effective when it is integrated into municipal planning. When coming to the barrier, South Africa has made it into the top 20 of global greenhouse gas emitter, and its local community face several climate risks as indicated, such as floods, drought, and wildfire. And the literature has identified 3 severe problems, which include institutional fragmentation, limited technical capacity, as well as financial constraints, which limit climate resilient integration into municipal planning system. With Odeko and Mia further highlighting that municipalities have limited autonomy as fiscal and decision are largely centralized in provincial and national, whereas the local government are expected to respond to this climate risk with limited resources. Consequently, many municipalities only resort to driven comply adaptation, producing plans that satisfy statutory requirements. Odeko how further gave an example that because of such constraints, the municipality must ensure that it integrates adaptation into routine planning to avoid treating it as a post-disaster, because embedded measures are more likely to be sustained than cut off when the budget eliminated. And therefore, the study relied on qualitative research approach based on secondary data with data collected from sources such as peer-reviewed journals, government report, municipal planning document, as well as conference proceeding. And data was then analyzed through thematic content to identify the pattern and interpretation of existing knowledge, as well as the gap that are there between the policy intention and implementation practices. The study further is seen as important because it can assist in adding to a growing body of literature by demonstrating that community resilience should be positioned as a central objective rather than secondary outcome. The finding throughout the study has highlighted that there's a persistent gap between national climate policy as well as implementation at municipal level, further revealing that climate adaptation is most effective when it is participatory, local-driven, and aligned with community priority. Therefore, resilience cannot be achieved through technical or policy-mandated but require decentralized government, certain resources, as well as meaningful participation. The study further gives recommendations by saying, given the ongoing financial constraint, the municipality should seek partnership between public and private sector to enhance access to funding, as well as the national and provincial should grant the local municipality greater administration, as well as enhance the institutional capacity through training, resource allocation to improve coordination mechanism. There should also be integration of climate adaptation into the school curriculum to ensure that the country fosters long-term awareness and preparedness. Therefore, the study concludes by saying that resilience requires framing municipal planning as a proactive, participatory, and multi-level governance, but thereby strengthening institutional capacity, ensuring equitable resource allocation, as well as embedding community knowledge into planning to safeguard livelihood. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I will open the floor for questions and comments. Questions and comments? No questions? Okay. No questions? 1, 2, Okay. There are no questions for you. There are no comments for you. It means you've done very well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we hope to see you next year in a human format, not online. Please try by all means to come and present in they said it's going to be a conference in the upcoming 2027 conference. That being said, thank you very much. Colleagues,
Okay, thank you.
colleagues, thank you very much. We move on to the third presentation by Netengwe. He will be discussing with us early warning technologies, flood disaster and natural rural living in Limpopo province. Shoti, please come present. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. This one talks too much. There is a reason why I call him Shoti. It's because I taught him when he was still doing first year. Sorry. Let me just log in.
Well, with all protocols observed, firstly greetings to all of you gathered here today. I am Ruchize Netengwe, as I was already introduced by our very own Dr. Masinya. I am a master's graduate from University of Limpopo for Development Planning and Management. So today I will be presenting about early warning systems, flood disasters, and rural livelihoods in Limpopo province. And I tried all my level best as we're preparing this paper with Prof. Tanyani Madzivandela to also take into account the issue of spatial planning, because I hope you are aware that municipalities use spatial planning to identify areas where risk occurs. And while we are still there, when we are talking about the issue of early warning systems now, they are used to alert communities prior about those disasters. So this study was also motivated by the recent issues of the floods that happened in Limpopo province. I hope you are all aware of that. So in introduction, there is just to show that indeed floods, they have major impacts, not only in rural areas, but they also affect the issue of urban areas. But you will remember that Prof. Mikwili also indicated that with regard to rural areas, the main challenge is that the way it was planned, you will know that traditional leaders are the ones that influence how rural areas are being planned. That's when even our very own Mr. Gavede will even indicate the issues of saying that the issue of traditional leaders is the issue that really needs serious measures, because you know they will just identify a particular area and also just let people live there. So rural areas indeed experience a greater vulnerability, because even with our SPLUMA, it also indicated that we should do away with the issue of social injustices. But if we look at the Limpopo province, we still have the areas where it floods, and you will ask yourself to say that were those risks not identified prior by the early warning systems? So that is another challenge, but the main aim of this study was to review existing literature to examine the extent to which early warning systems contributed to reducing floods impacts on rural livelihoods, because we cannot just keep on crying about the issue of traditional leaders or about the issue of local municipalities. And I was so happy that we also have representatives from Capricorn district municipalities that indicated that with, for example, Bulukwane local municipality is already practicing the issue of flood management. So we should also take that local level to check. Are those rural municipalities such as your Tulamela, Mupani, practicing the issue of early warning systems? So we are still going to delve much on the early warning systems, as the main research question for this study was to what extent early warning systems contributed to reducing flood impacts on rural livelihoods in Limpopo province. So the problem statement, this was not only identified by the prior studies that documented the issue of causes of flood and also their impacts on the livelihoods, because you will all agree with me that whenever it floods, those people even in rural areas, they depend on activities that are sensitive to climate, for example, farming. So if it floods, obviously, so everything is going to be washed away. So now it means that their livelihoods are negatively impacted, because you find that some of them practice farming in order for them to even ensure that they meet their needs. Although, according to the section 24 of our constitution, indicate that rural people or everyone in this country have a right to the environment that is good for their, that is not harmful to their well-being. And as you are still saying that, it means that even everyone, whether those people are from rural areas or urban areas, it means that they all need to have access to the environment that is not harmful to their well-being. So while we are still there, we have limited evidence on how early warning systems protect rural livelihoods, because most studies, they just focus on the causes of your floods. They only focus on the impacts of their floods, but they do not necessarily mainly focus on the issue of early warning systems. You will only find them talking about early warning systems as the recommendations, but we lack studies that specifically talk about early warning systems. So this study wanted to check how early warning systems can contribute towards protecting rural livelihoods. And we will also know that we have issues of floods that are even documented even in other provinces like your KwaZulu-Natal there. And another thing is that we had a recent study that identified Limpopo province as one of the country's most flood-prone regions. So this also has to do with spatial planning, to say that most settlements in Limpopo province is rural. And you find that land there is still being allocated by traditional leaderships out of legal frameworks, like also Prof. Mukwili indicated that, to say that, for example, rural areas, the way land is being allocated is allocated out of legal frameworks. So moving to the research methodology, this study conducted literature review and also the issue of search strategy. We focused on Google Scholar and also ensured that we rely on the recent published documents, and the frameworks that guided this study was disaster risk reduction framework, as well as a technology acceptance model. We are still going to discuss much on them, because if you can look at that table, focusing on disaster risk reduction, it was also mentioned by our guest speaker, the issue of a Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. So with this framework, it focuses on reducing disaster risks before they occur, because it was also mentioned to say that most of municipalities, they are more reactive. They wait for the disasters to occur so that they can react to them. So since this study is all about early warning systems, when you're talking about early warning systems, I was glad to hear our guest speaker also mentioning things that has to do with GIS, remote sensing, and also AI-assisted monitoring systems. They also mentioned the issue of urbanization, to say that we have situation where we have brain drain. Those expertise, they move from rural areas to urban areas. And we find that in those rural municipalities, we have most people who are not skilled. So how are they going to ensure that they effectively use those early warning systems to an extent where it will ensure that we prevent risks from occurring? It will also be another challenge. That's why we have adopted technology acceptance model, to say that with rural municipalities, they should identify those early warning systems that they will be able to use. And we should also be in a position where we do not only necessarily rely on the issue of radio stations, because the way the issue of those early warning systems that are effective in rural areas, it's only radio stations. They don't even focus on the issue of sending, it can be SMSs. So those were some of the early warning systems that identified through literature review. And you can also see the issue of recent sources there. They identify the issue of river monitoring system, the issue of Internet of Things based monitoring. But our question will still stand, to say that those personnel at local municipalities or rural municipalities, in a position where they can use all these tools effectively. We will only find the answer saying that they can only use radio warnings. And at that time, you will find that they do not use radio warnings to warn us about a particular flood that might happen. They will use only those radio to communicate that we have these areas that are currently flooding. And we also have some components of a complete flood early warning systems that we are going to discuss them. So under floods and rural livelihoods, you can just see a sort of a link there. That one was just a media statement from Limpopo provincial government, only talking about the challenges posed by the issue of floods. But they didn't even issue any communication prior to warn people that it might flood. So it means that we still have challenges when it comes to the issue of early warning systems. And we also have some sort of the roles of early warning systems. You'll also just see them as we come to this figure, where now the components of a complete full early warning system is start with a flood risk knowledge. It means that whether people residing in rural areas or whatsoever, they should have a knowledge about floods. So to say that, for example, this particular place is prone to flood. It means that even if they can opt to choose to settle there, they will have other measures. For example, you find that others, they have those sandbags and whatsoever to ensure that whether it can rain or whatsoever, they will still be safe. So we'll also have flood detection, monitoring, and forecasting. We have already discussed some of the tools, and the question still remains to check whether are they effective for rural areas. So warning dissemination, it has to do with communication channels, for example, your radio, your SMSs. But at the end, the last step is all about response capabilities and preparedness. To say that, for example, if early warning systems are effective in rural areas, we'll be in a position where we are able to prevent, or we are able to be aware to say that it might rain anytime, and at that point we'll be able to properly prepare for that. So we also have some key findings that they relate to each theme. The first one, it indicated that floods damages crops. So this has to do with livelihoods when we talk about livestock, the property. And you know, this also contributes towards the issue of economics, and that was mentioned. And as we were presenting these findings, we also aligned them to a particular recommendation. For example, the first recommendation that has to do with the first finding was that livelihoods should be strengthened and ensure that, for example, in case where we had those impacts, we are able to recover. And also another finding was to indicate that those early warning systems, they improve preparedness and early response, because it means that if you are aware that it might rain in December, like we'll be in a position where we'll prepare for that. And the recommendation that goes hand in hand with that particular finding is that they should expand access to reliable early warning systems. We cannot only rely on radio stations for them to report to us that it's flooding. So at that point, it means that they should also have those other tools in place, your Internet of Things, where they will even be able to work in the end with a weather forecast, where they will even predict and tell to say that, for example, it might rain anytime. Then community participation strengthens early warning systems, and the recommendation that goes with that finding was that the community awareness and participation should be improved. So most of these findings and recommendations, they go hand in hand with the section 152 of our constitution, because with that particular section, if we look at subsection 1, it focuses on the issue of the objects that municipalities should do. And when we are still there, if you can look at the first thing that should do, every municipality should be accountable. And when you go to number 2, you should know that it's the responsibility of each municipality to ensure that people have access to to services. And also another objects there under section 152 is that communication should participate in matters that affect them. So I have never been in a position where I had even people from rural areas indicating that, for example, they organize those meetings where they talk about, for example, a disaster, it can be preparedness, or the issue of avoiding it. So another thing, it was indicated by the section 52 that municipality should operate within its financial and capability manner to ensure that those objects are being achieved. So it means that even the issue of object number 4, that talks about the issue sustainable communities. It means that is the responsibility of local municipalities to ensure that those objects are being achieved. Though, in conclusion, I've tried all my level best to also highlight the conclusions part in red and also highlight it so that even with municipal officials, they will see that rural communities depend on them. There is no way that they can be prepared for disasters without the assistance of the local municipality. So at that point, we are saying that floods continue to threaten rural livelihoods, and we should be in a position where we utilize early warning systems to avoid the issue of rural areas losing their livelihoods and even being negatively affected by the issue of climate change, more specifically focusing on floods. That was just a particular picture that was taken recently about the flood that occurred in January in Limpopo province. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I guess we've got questions now and comments. Any from my side? Okay, before I can come in, mine is a comment. Can we give them the mic? There is another hand at the back.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Papa, for such a wonderful presentation. There are two comments that I want to make. There are structured community engagement in government. Earlier on, I make presentation in terms of all municipalities in the province having established what you call public participation unit in the office of the speaker. Those things are there. And then there are also what committees that you find which deals with issues of public safety or community safety. Some dealing with disaster management. Not everybody does that, but there are those mechanisms. In terms of the early warning system, I agree that the early warning system is an issue that can be used, but there is not the only one. Because part of the early warning system, it might be if you are using the mobile networks or the mobile cell phones, you may find the network is not that much good. So I think part of the discussion that I believe you should also take into account, the early warning system also deal with climate response or disaster response. Your preparedness in terms of that. So maybe your emphasis should also look into the preparedness than to react, because early warning system is part of the preparedness, but you also use a mechanism to inform people prior. So I like how you raised to say floods are very, very, very pertinent in Limpopo and they're perpetual. Part of the issue that you should also take note, the issue that we raised around the allocation of sites or settlement patterns in rural areas, most of them is because of the issue around the land and allocation. If that can be solved, I'm not sure how, but you remember there was a proposal to say, let's develop what you call integrated planning catalog. That will help in terms of knowing exactly where to stay, when not to stay. So I think that is the solution that I just want to make my comments based on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. The other is from Prof. Machi at the back.
Okay. All right. Okay, I have a problem here. The issue of rural areas where there's chiefs and indunas, whom we can assume don't know anything about zoning or wetlands or flat terrains, versus what's happening at Paleti, where people knew that this area is a wetland, but they stayed and built their mansions there. What do we do about those people? Because they knew. You cannot go and blame Mutapo, or he placed people there. They knew. When the day they were told you can stay here, they can see this is dangerous, but they persisted anyway. So I just want to hear your view around that. And then also one of your findings there, you're saying the early warning system will tell us that the flood is coming. But again, you're saying, yes, flood will kill animals, crops, and it will flood our houses and our homes. So when the warning is here, Is it me and my car? Run away? Leave the house and the livestock and the house and everything. So then what? Thank you.
I can respond. Yeah, well, thanks very much. And I take the first recommendations into consideration because they are also assisting me with regard to answering the second question. And thanks very much for that question, because we have a situation where, Prof, you find that, for example, whenever you stay, you might spend about 5 years without a particular area being flooded. But you are being cautioned that that particular area is flood proof. So that's one of the things that end up contributing to people settling for particular areas that they just hear that they are flood proof. So that's an issue. So with regard to that, education will help. But you might find that even people who are educated about that particular area, for example, I did development planning and management. There will be some point where I need a space to settle. And you find that we have those issues of land allocations whatsoever. Other areas are not easily accessible. So I might end up just settling for a particular area that is affordable. And you find that it's what? It's flood proof. So that it simply means that even with us, it can be as residents or people from rural settlements or whatsoever, they should be aware of that as they choose a particular area. Because for that particular moment, they might just choose a particular area because they afford, but they are aware of that is flood prone. But in the long run, you find that now they have already built those mansions and whatsoever, and now a flood hits. And with regard to the second part of the question now, when it asked to, let's say, for example, a complete early warning system or a successful early warning system was conducted, because with a successful early warning systems, it should protect lives, it should protect livelihoods, it should protect land and infrastructure, and also contributes towards what? Towards sustainable communities. So if in that particular case a successful early warning system was conducted, I strongly believe that appropriate measures might be taken, you know, in a way where they can move their livestock, for example, to a particular or other places that might not flood. It will be an unfortunate part to the issues of farms, because there is no way that they are saying a flood will come and we can also just go away with those farms or whatsoever. So, but I strongly believe that we can minimize the impacts with early warning systems. And thanks very much for that.
Thank you, thank you. Is it the question in relation to what Prof spoke about, Paledi Mamaramati? Is it because of lack of access to land, where in which people, even those that are educated, would say, I'm going to stay here, irrespective of, I was warned to say, this is a floodplain. Is it because there's a lack of land or not? In short.
In short. Oh yeah, thanks very much for the question. It's not only the issue of land accessibility. It also do with the issue of the affordability. Because, for example, you might find that you just work there at University of Limpopo, and now you need a place to stay. It means that you might end up opting for that Muremadi Park because you afford it, not necessarily because of whether other parts of the land are inaccessible or whatsoever. It also has something to do with the issue of accessibility and affordability, and you will also choose whether it will be close to your work area or what. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Please give a round of applause. But I never released you, because I've got one recommendation as one of your early whatsoever, because these days we know that WhatsApp is one of the biggest communicator of, or what do you call it, communicator, instrument of communication. If you could check into WhatsApp, because if you want to warn, I am 100% sure that 80% of the people who are here 2 minutes ago were on WhatsApp. So it could be the best instrument to communicate your concerns or your warnings. Thank you. We are doing extremely well with time. We have the last speaker in the name of Pakiso Mnakisi, who is going to present a paper titled Weak Foundations and Urban Crime, the Impact of Substandard Environmental Management and Housing Blocks in South African Cities. Please give a round of applause. Presentation. Send up. Yes. Wait. Is it appearing? Is the presentation appearing on your screens? Is it okay? Is it appearing? All right. Thank you. Your 10 minutes starts now. Good luck.
Good day, everyone. As already introduced, I am Pagiso Munakis, and I was supposed to present this paper with my colleague, but unfortunately he's not here. So the paper is titled Weak Foundation and Urban Crime, the Impact of Substandard Environmental Management and Housing Backlogs in South African Urban Areas. So South Africa continues to experience some of the highest urban crime in the world, despite its strong policing structures and urban planning or legislations. One major challenge of the country is its housing backlog. It exceeds over 2.3 housing units, 2.3 million housing units, according to the Department of Human Settlement. This has resulted into a very rapid growth of informal settlements around major cities. At the same time, many municipalities struggle with environmental management, illegal dumping, broken street lights, as well as potholes, sewage spills, and abandoned buildings. So these poor maintenance have become very common in many communities. These conditions also lead to the residents' quality of life reducing, while simultaneously creating opportunities for crime. So therefore, this study argues that effective urban governance is also an essential crime prevention method. Here is an example by Esther Msindo in 2018, whereby she was illustrating different provinces and showing their backlogs, their housing backlogs. So the study investigated how housing backlogs and poor environmental management contributed to crime. We therefore also examined how these problems reveal We therefore examined what these problems reveal about urban governance in South Africa. Again, we proposed policy recommendations that integrate housing delivery, environmental management, and crime prevention, rather than relying on policing on its own. Our argument is that sustainable crime prevention requires cooperation between planners, municipalities, communities, and government departments. The study used a qualitative desktop review. This means that rather than collecting primary data, we systematically analyzed existing academic literature, government reports, as well as policy documents and municipal publications. The literature reviewed covered the period between 2015 to 2026, which ensured that our findings reflect current developments in housing, environmental governance, and urban crime. The collected information was analyzed using the thematic analysis, which allowed us to identify recurring patterns around different studies. The study is guided by the broken windows theory, which was developed by James Wilson and George Kelling in 1982. The theory argues that visible disorder sends a message that no one is monitoring or controlling the area. Examples of the disorders include broken street lights, graffiti, illegal dumping, vandalism, and abandoned buildings. These signs weaken informal social control and increase vulnerability and criminal activities. Our study extends this theory to South Africa by arguing that housing backlogs and poor municipal governance represent forms of environmental disorder. When municipalities fail to maintain infrastructures, communities lose confidence in the government and perceive these areas as easier targets. So practical examples is abandoned buildings, as you can see on the pictures. These kind of buildings have been occupied by criminal gangs, illegal drug syndicates, because people think that the municipality's oversight has weakened. While analyzing the literature that we had, we came up with themes, and the themes of the study were 4 major themes. The first one is informal settlements and spatial marginalization. So residents often live far from employment, police stations, and essential services, which increases vulnerability. Secondly, poor environmental management and crime opportunities means that illegal dumping, broken infrastructure, neglected public spaces reduce visibility and natural surveillance, which increases crime in those specific places. Again, we have housing backlogs and social disorganization, which means that overcrowding weakens community cohesion as well as increases interpersonal conflict. Lastly, service delivery inequality and community frustration. Communities that consistently receive poor services has lost trust in the government, increasing protests and reducing cooperation with law enforcement. After studying these themes, we came up with 4 major findings. Firstly, informal settlements significantly increase vulnerability to crime because overcrowding, poor infrastructure, and police access. Secondly, poor environmental management directly contributes to crime activities. For example, having poor street lighting allows perpetrators to commit robberies without even being noticed or being easily identified. Finally, we have service delivery inequality, which fuels frustration. This means that unequal service delivery increases frustration, which often results in violent service delivery, protest, and reduced public trust in the government. These pictures are literal examples of illegal dumpings and overcrowding, as well as housing backlogs. So we also recommended that the government should accelerate housing delivery and reduce the housing backlogs. Secondly, municipalities must improve waste collection, sewage maintenance, and infrastructure management. Thirdly, investment in street lighting should become a crime prevention priority. And lastly, community policing forums should be strengthened to improve the trust between communities and the police. We also came up with policy implications. This included that crime prevention should become part of urban planning. Housing departments, municipalities, environmental planners, South African police services, local communities should work together rather than working independently so. Public participation should also be strengthened because communities are the ones that knows their neighborhoods more than anyone else, and they can easily identify local safety priorities. This integrated approach supports the National Development Plan of safer and more inclusive cities. And in conclusion, this study demonstrated how housing shortages, poor environmental management, and unequal service delivery are not simply development challenges, they are also significant crime prevention challenges. The broken windows theory helped explain how environmental disorder weakens informal social control and creates opportunities for criminal behavior. Therefore, creating a safer South African cities requires more than policing. It requires better housing, improved municipal governance, clearer neighborhoods, functioning infrastructures, and stronger partnerships between government and communities. Only through integrated governance can South Africa achieve sustainable urban safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got how many minutes? Let's give it 2 minutes. As I said, we are doing quite well with time, so we can have Q&A for 2 minutes before we can close the first day of our colloquium. Any questions? Going once? Oh, there is a hand.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. So, in your presentation, you mentioned somewhere that illegal dumping is an opportunity for crime, but I didn't get any substantiation of that statement. Can you kindly maybe explain further? Thank you.
Well, what I meant about the illegal part of the part of illegal dumping creating crime opportunities is that in most cases these illegal dumping spots are not in a space whereby they're not in the center of the community. They're in a place whereby it's dark, there are no street lighting, and maybe they normally pass there. So it happens that if there's such a place and it's not being monitored, it's not being watched by anyone, then it is likely that if there comes a chance whereby you pass there or something happens there, someone will be able to either rob you, mug you, or do anything without anyone noticing that, because these illegal dumpings are not in a public space. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm here. Doctor, I'm here. Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, madam. My first comment is that when you are presenting, you see this gentleman I'm seated with is a champion of indigenous languages. So he may not agree with me, but I'm saying that when you're presenting, just speak, for the meantime, just speak English. Or if you want to use Tsipedi, you can use it, but in a proper way. Don't use it in a way that it sounds like you are not sure of what you're saying. Did you see what you did? Yes. Yeah, you should not do that. You should practice. And then if you are going to use any vernacular language, let's say you want to talk about an idiom, sereto, you can tell us about the sereto and then you interpret it in English. Then there we see that you are intentional, you wanted to say that. Not this thing of saying, no, you don't do that. So try to practice that. I think that you can improve. That is the first thing. The second thing that I want to commend you on is that I'm aware that you are not from our school or our department or our faculty, and I think that is very brave of you. And I would like to encourage the other students that are here that conferences are not only limited to our school and our department. You can go and present in the other faculties, you know. And also the third and the last thing is that it also presents an opportunity for you to collaborate with the other lecturers here and the students. Imagine if you're from another department, you bring your wealth of knowledge from criminology and crime and perspective and all of those things. And then I come from economics, comes from development studies. We come together, we write a paper. That's going to be a very powerful paper. So thank you very much, Program Director. And thank you, Madam. Oh, there's a comment here. Yeah.
We're taking advantage of the mic, is this side. I want to comment something about even these theories are new to me, the broken window theory. I like how she linked it with her findings at the end, because most of the time as academics, we just leave our theories hanging and we don't see how they are linking to our studies. And to see a scholar, a young scholar like this, being able to link the findings with the theoretical framework and also outlining what the literature says is something that we need to highlight and we need to move with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are done with today's session. But we are not done with the colloquium. We still have another day, which is tomorrow. We'll be having Dr. Kangale there, and then few presentations. So let's meet tomorrow, same time, same place, same people. Oh, also recruit those that are not here to say there is an exchange, debates. Prof, you must also remember English sometimes the bundles goes or they deplete. As we speak. So you must understand. However, that being said, thank you very much for your attention. Please let's meet tomorrow morning at, is it 8 o'clock? And then I'm told that all the students, please pass by a registration table. I don't know why, but they said